Special Operations, Covert Ops, Espionage, The Team House, with your hosts, Jack Murphy and David Park.
Hey folks, welcome to episode 180 of The Team House. I'm Jack Murphy here with Dave Park, and our guest on the show tonight is Les Sandusky. Les served as a Mortar Platoon sergeant in 3rd Ranger Battalion, spent some time in 1st Ranger Battalion, had a lot of deployments to Afghanistan and Syria. Like I was saying the other day, I'm really glad to have you on the show because, like, Dave and I each represent, like, the Rangers of yesteryear, right?
Yeah.
Like, Dave was in Ranger Battalion in the 90s. I got there 2003. But then there's this whole other generation of dudes that came after us. And if you don't hear them talk, I mean, there's no books really out there about what you guys did yet. And I think there's some incredible stories about what that whole era of, like, let's say 2010 to 2022, what those guys have been up to.
Yeah, definitely.
And not only that, but I mean, Ranger Regiment has changed
Sure.
much especially since I was there.
Yeah.
You know, we were just coming out of the premier light infantry of the world, and moving into, the CQB, JSOC support element type of thing.
Yeah, I want to say within like my first 3 years, we changed our kit and our helmet 3 times and our uniform 3 times.
And that's funny because when I was there, it probably hadn't been changed since Vietnam. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to explain that to, like, people on the outside, that, like, massive cultural shift that the unit went through. But let's talk about you. Let's talk about your origin story, Les. Kind of like, what was your upbringing like, and what was it that kind of set you on the path towards the Army and towards the Ranger Regiment?
Okay, so I grew up in Tacoma, Washington. Like, obviously, I got the Rainier shirt. At the time, they were the Tacoma Tigers. But so when I was growing up in Tacoma, I was born on Fort Lewis at Madigan. I was an Army brat. My mom was in the military. She was working at I-Corps and personnel. And my dad worked patient admin at Madigan. So that's where I was born. Basically, where both my parents worked, and I kind of grew up around the Army. I grew up kind of watching Rambo films, putting on, and, watching Predator, watching all those films that everyone, we quote when we get to the Army, you know? And so I was kind of like dead set on being in the Army because I grew up around the Army. And would tell my parents all the time, like, I'm going in the Army. Almost every year I was an Army guy for Halloween. I would play in the woods all day with my friends dressed up in fatigues. We'd do bottle rocket wars, all types of playing Army all day, right? And so that's kind of how it was for a while. And then I know that there's a lot of details in there with the dynamics on how my family was. Like, military family, I think it's kind of common. Military families don't last. It's kind of divorce and stuff like that. It's kind of a common theme. So that's ends up what happened, a lot of back and forth between both parents, spending majority of my time in the Pacific Northwest. I even moved cross country all the way to Florida before, and then back up to the Pacific Northwest. And the whole time I'm just like kind of dead set and joining the Army. Like, that's kind of what I want to do. I don't even know exactly what I want to do. I do remember being out near Solo Point and seeing guys jump into the water at Solo Point, or being out there on American Lake and seeing guys jump out of the back of 47s into the water, and seeing them, green face paint and stuff with this, like, haircut I didn't like on top of their head, called it high and tight, and be like, man, I want to be those guys, And we also used to have I don't remember what it was called, like Armed Forces Day on the base, where you could, like, mess around in the tanks and mess around with the night vision goggles, which, like, back then was like this huge freaking thing, and, like, everything looked like Atari on the computer screens or something that they were messing with, and you're like, whoa, high tech. So all that stuff was always, like, very fascinating to me. I just never really knew exactly what I wanted to do, and I was like, want to join. And then 9/11 happened. I was a freshman in high school, And, so I couldn't jump right into the Army right there. But both my parents already, even though they were separated, it's like ESP, a light bulb goes off, like, you're not doing it, you're not going, don't do it, whatever. You got to go to college, you got to do this and that. And so I give it the old college try, pun intended, And I was doing well in college. I was making the dean list and stuff over there in Washington State, and or not Washington State, up there in Seattle, so UW. So I'd be there doing school and everything and doing pretty well, and then I wasn't really liking it. I felt like when I was there, I didn't feel like I was being educated. I felt like I was being indoctrinated, because when I was looking at the screens, it was like a lot of hand holding, like, hey, do a project. But when you did the project, it had to be exactly like, there was no
It's like very passive.
Yeah. I was like, in my head, I was like, do college. I'm like, man, free thinking. There's no free thinking. I'm like, so why don't I go in the Army, Like, what am I doing here? But I kept at it. And then one day, and this is like the interesting story everyone wants to hear, right? But so one day, I have some friends that are having a birthday party. We all work for the same company. So, I'm, basically a poor kid going to college, can't afford, burying myself in debt. I'm already like $30,000 in debt by this point. And anyway, all these guys that I work with, male and female, they have birthdays around the same time, which is in February. And I'm like, so they say, we're going to have like a birthday party, everybody's birthday party, same time, and there's some people that are like, it's my birthday week, and they're having a birthday every day up until that point and all that ridiculous stuff. So anyways, like, I'm like, I guess like one of the last guys to show up at this thing. And when I get there, some goons outside, like graffitiing the door, and they're doing writing some slurs and stuff on there, some inappropriate stuff with a paint marker. And I step in like, I'm going to tell them not to do that thing because it's very bad to do that kind of thing. And kind of like an altercation, get an argument there. And there's a guy behind me that I didn't see. And next thing you know, man, I don't even feel it. I hear glass shatter. And it just goes past my head, and somebody had broken a 40-ounce bottle on the back of my head. I get to that minute how I found out it was 40 ounces. But, so I immediately turn around like, you fucking kidding me? Take this guy to the ground, start ground and pound immediately. I was a pretty good wrestler, like in high school. A lot of titles in the state of Washington. And so it was no problem getting this guy to the ground and just starting to beat his face in off the concrete. And there was a guy on my back, and he was like pummeling me, but I was like, man, this guy hits like so soft. It's like pillows, like whatever. Subdue this guy and then get this guy off your back. So this guy was pretty much quitting on the ground. Like, he was no longer a threat to me. And so I stood up and I stood and based and turned and faced the guy who was striking me. And at that point, he was coming down with another strike, and I noticed that he wasn't striking me. He was stabbing me the entire time.
Holy shit.
And so I put my arm up, and the knife went into my arm, and it got stuck inside my arm here. And I kind of grabbed him, tripped him, swept him, got on top of him. And I stabbed him a bunch of times in his stomach. And then somebody I was with was being attacked by another person of the group. I jumped, I tackled that guy, and as I was tackling him and crawling up on him to drive the knife that I now took from his friend into him, another guy came up and tried to kick me, like doing like a running soccer kick on me, and when he tried to run up and kick me, I had blocked it partially, and it was like a big sneaker that was like loosely on his foot, so it like totally absorbed the blow, like everything was just like, and my knife went into his calf, and I know I felt it slide up his calf. So I tore through it, and then I got back up, and I saw these guys getting away. Next thing you know, there's this big dude in front of me, and I'm like, crap, man. Like, I feel gassed. Like, I stood up, and I was like, wow, like, you know, when you stand up too fast. And I was like, dang, man, like, I'm fading. I was like, but if you fade and you go to the ground, this is like, you know, YouTube was fairly new back then, and everything on YouTube was people getting curb stomped.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not going to be me. They're not going to knock my teeth out, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like, kill me, motherfucker, kill me. I'm not dead yet. Fucking kill me. Like, I was with everything, like, please be scary enough to get the fuck away from me. And then he's like, all right, screw this. Like, this guy's not dying. Like, I'm out. And so him and his buddy took off, and I'm like, dude, I can't run. I can't chase these guys down. Nobody's going to know who these guys are. So some dude was in the guy. I look over, and the dude was the guy that I stabbed. He was getting buddy carried by his friend, and got loaded up in his car. And when he got put in his car, they started that car up, and then it's like a station wagon of some kind. Might have been a Volvo wagon. I don't remember. This happened a long time ago, but I'm pretty sure it was like a Volvo wagon. And man, they smashed on the gas. They didn't turn the steering wheel. They're parallel parked. So bam! They hit the car in front of it, and car alarm went off. And the party opened. I saw outside.
Holy shit.
And my boy comes out there, sprints up to the car, and just smashes that window. Single hit. And my boy was not a fighter. My boy, like, this friend of mine, he was always the guy, like, he's one of my best friends, but it's like he's one of those guys that's like, oh, Les can fight so I can start shit. And I was like, dang, man, he's always getting me in trouble. But now, finally, I'm in trouble, and he's helping me. Like, everything. Like, you know, you know, all those favors you owe me are coming. You know?
Yeah, right.
So he smashed the window, and then, like, yeah, these guys backed up. They smashed in the car behind them. Car alarm's going off, and, like, all these people in these buildings, high rises, looking down, calling the police while all this is happening. These guys jet off and hit the corner. And as soon as they hit, like, that corner, the cops come around this corner. And I'm like, dang, just missed them. Like, go after the guys, you know, and they come out weapons drawn because I'm holding a knife. And I look down at that point because now I have time to focus, like, really on myself and assess my damage. And I look down, and then I have blood, my whole shirt, which was, I think, like, my shirt was like an apricot color or something. It was now blood red all the way down into my jeans,
man.
like, completely soaked. And my shirt was, like, stuck to my body, like, glued to my body. And I was, like, remember being, like trying to breathe, and then, like, feeling, like, nastiness, like, come out of my neck, because I got stabbed right here in my neck is where one of the stab wounds went. And then I remember, like, opening my arm up and just seeing, like, this web of, like, blood, and then seeing this, like, frothy stuff come through there. And I'm like, oh. And then, like, my friend who's, like, helping me, he's like, hey, man, like, you know. And I was like, I remember, like, he says it because I don't remember. He says, like, dude, you were just sitting there, like, I told him not to fuck with me. I told him not to fuck with me.
Did you have a tension pneumothorax?
That's what turns out to happen. So the police realize, okay, this guy's probably not a threat. You know, when they're saying drop your weapon, like, I'm probably doing something wrong. Where like the police were fully right to probably shoot me at that point because you like hands up. So, you know, when I put my hands up, like that, I saw that and I was like, oh hell no, I'm dying. Like, I'm already dead. So I pulled out my phone. I called my dad.
Yeah.
And I said, Dad, like, I don't know what to tell you. I fucked up, man. I fucked with the wrong people, and in case I die, like, you know, I love you, man, and all this. And so, like, my dad's like freaking out, like, whoa. By the time the police officer gets to me, he's starting to ask me questions. Like, hey, buddy, sit on the curb, buddy. Like, what's going on? And I was like, dude, I'm fading. I'm now incoherent. Mm-hmm. Like, I hear what he's saying. I understand what he's saying, but I can't answer him. So all I could muster to say to him was like, this is my dad, and he'll answer any questions about my identity or whatever, you know? And paramedic comes over, says, hey honey, like, is there anything you're allergic to? Go ahead and lay back. Is there anything you're allergic to? And as I'm laying back, I say, yeah, morphine, because I'm allergic to morphine. And I know that because that's another story maybe for another day, but I have 9 toes. I had my foot look like a freaking hamburger meat when I was like 6 years old because my mom ran over my foot with a tractor, I think, when my dad was in the Gulf War. So anyways, back to this story, as chaotic as my life is. she says, "You allergic to anything?" And I was like, "Yeah, morphine." She's like, "He's in pain. He needs morphine." And I don't know if she gave me morphine or what, but it's something. I felt something go through my veins at that point, and I was like, "No, no." And it was so embarrassing, man. They cut my clothes off. I'm naked. My genitals are out in the street. My coworkers are there, you know. I'm like, dang it, man, this is so bad. And it's February in Washington State,
right,
so I'm not really
shrinking.
showing.
Yeah,
I'm not showing.
Right,
That's the story.
You know?
That's the story.
You're like, it's cold out. It's cold out.
So they put me in the ambulance, and the lady starts going through like her AVPU sequence, man, and she's like, "Hey, like talk to me," and I'm like, "I can't say anything." And then she like, "Hey, follow my finger." I'm like, "All right, bet, easy." The follow the finger thing, I crush this every time. Puts the finger in front of my face, and I'm like, "Let's go." Throw that thing right or left. I'm gonna follow with my eyes, and as soon as it went here, lights out. I couldn't see nothing. I could still hear her, but I couldn't see anything. So then she's like, can you squeeze my hand? And I felt like I was deadlifting like 700 pounds trying to squeeze her hand. I was giving everything. I was like, come on. And she was like, oh no, like, so can you wiggle your toes? And this goes to the 9-toe thing, right? In my head, I'm like, please, like if I had one more toe, I would have higher probability of wiggling these things, So I'm sitting there like, like wiggling, like, and they weren't wiggling. And then I heard the lady go like, this is so sad. He's so young. I don't know if he's going to make it.
Jesus
So
Christ.
she was an EMT though, right? Not
Something.
a paramedic, because
I don't know what they were. But the other lady, though, it was two ladies.
Yeah.
This is like, this isn't one of those wow stories. I got
Yeah.
two ladies in the
in the back of an
but in the back of it.
Dear Playboy. I never thought this would happen.
But there were two females working on me, and one was of no hope. It almost sounded like, and one was like, we're not that far from the hospital. Like we can get them there. And now the whole time I'm just like, oh Lord, wanted to say something, it wasn't. And then later, when I was in the military and I first learned about RFR or anything like tension pneumothorax, is like coming up. At this moment was like the jugular distension started happening.
Yeah.
My heart started stopping. And I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know what the sensation was. I felt like a steamroller was crushing my chest.
Yeah.
And I remember as it was crushing, I was like, I'm going to die. And I remember being like, while I was in this like abyss, being like, I said, like in my mind, I said, God, if you're real, don't let me die like this. Because I was thinking like, I was like, dang man, I'm going to die doing retail. You know what I mean? It's like I'm folding T-shirts, man. Like, what am I doing? Like working with these people. Like somehow I get stabbed for some crap. And anyways, next thing you know, I'm in the hospital, and they're using the defibrillator, and I wake up, and I'm in so much. I'm combative because now I'm like I'm still in the fight.
Right. Right.
I'm fighting, so I get up and I'm like, ugh, like throwing people off me like Incredible Hulk. They're like restraining me, and I have a tube down my throat. I have a camera in my stomach where it's looking around for additional stab wounds. I have 2 chest tubes in the side of this lung, my left lung right here, and I have a tube up my freaking piss hole. Yeah. And I'm just like, ugh, and the next thing you know, it's like, they did something where it's like, put him out. Yeah. We brought him back, but put him back. Like, this was a mistake. Send him back to the other side. So then anyway, then I had like, more peaceful, like awakening again later the next day in the hospital. And I have like a detective there, police officer, a doctor, and all this. And then I remember the detective telling me something like, hey man, like, it's a miracle that you pulled through. Like a lot of people, they don't survive this kind of attack. And like it's good that you're with us, and we have a lot of officers that go through something like this and they're just done. You know what I mean? So it was kind of cool, like to hear that from a guy in uniform. That's like, wow, like I just woke up and like, where am I? What am I doing? Am I in trouble? Like what's going on? And then he later informed me that like I guess the guy I was in a fight with was taken to some studio apartment that he owned, and his friends just ditched him in the bathtub, and he didn't make it.
Oh shit.
And so I was like, man, I'm probably in trouble, you know. And luckily, you know, the amount of witnesses that were there were like, absolutely not. This guy was completely like in self-defense. And anyways, this is how I found out it was like a 40 ounce, because the guy's like, hey, you know, you had a 40 ounce, you got hit over the back of the head, a 40 ounce bottle, you got stabbed about 8 times in your lung, you got stabbed in your back, you got stabbed in your arm. He's telling me where all the stab wounds are. I was like, dang, man, I don't even remember getting stabbed that much. It happened so fast. And then he's like, and you know, the way that we found out, it was like a 40 ounce bottle. Cause I was like, how did you know it was a 40 ounce? You know, it doesn't matter. You know, cause I had a shard of glass sticking out of the back of my head with the label still stuck to it.
Holy
the 40
shit.
ounce label. So I had like this huge, like, you know, like a feather sticking out of the back of my head, but glass. While I was fighting these guys.
So they did some real Sherlock Holmes work there.
I guess.
They assembled the clues.
I would say. Yeah. Indubitably, elementary, all those words. Yeah. So at that point, I was like, look, man. And I see some reasons why my parents wouldn't come to the hospital or visit me there necessarily. I see some reasons why my family hasn't. I have like an estranged brother who has certain issues, and I understand why he wouldn't go there. So I don't really hold it against these folks, but at the time, I was like, dude, nobody's in this hospital. All these people tell me, go to college. All these people, you have to do this. You have to do that. Where are they? Where's the money for college? Where's the money for food? Where's the money for rent? Where's the money for notebooks, pencils, papers, you know, laptop, something. You know, it's not that like I expect that from people, but if people are going to try to maybe control your life or push you in that direction, you know, when your passion all your life was like, I'm going to join the military. This is like, when I setting the bar very high to join the military, I don't think. But it is a very rewarding experience that you can take part in to be a member of the armed forces, and it opens up a lot of doors on the other side. And then you can go to college pretty much for free, you know, and get an education. And so from that experience, it really taught me about trajectory. Like, maybe I was on the wrong trajectory. So it also taught me, like, not everything. It almost taught me, like, nothing that happens is bad. Like, you can think, this is a bad thing that happened. This isn't advantageous to me for maybe that time period or something. But in the long run, everything works out, you know. No matter what, at the end of the game, the king and the pawn go in the same box. You know what I mean?
I mean, when you realize that you could check out at any moment, even at a very young age,
Yeah.
kind of like your priorities change, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, well, I got to do what I want to do. And people, we're worried about you. You can die. You can die over there. You can. I'm like, well, I could die over here.
Right.
But if I die over there, maybe it means something.
Right. And at least you were doing what you loved.
Yeah.
What you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I already, like, going into the military, was thinking, like, man, this is I've already kind of accepted death. I've accepted to not form an attachment with life. That don't be so attached that you're in fear of death,
Right.
to where you're not going to live the life you want. And the good thing about going through that experience is, like, whether you go through basic and go through everything, and it's like feels like hell because it's just a different experience. Whatever you're going through in the military, you're like, well, I did that. Like, why can't I do this? Why can't I walk 12 miles? Like, why can't I do that? I did that. That seems like harder.
So,
You know, so-
around 2009, 2010,
Yeah.
you get a shitload of waivers, presumably, for your gimp toe
Yeah.
and 8 stab wounds
Yeah.
and every other damn thing.
Yeah.
And join the army.
Yeah. Yeah. So I had a relatively high ABSVAB score. You know, they're throwing everything at me. And I was like, well, I want to go Special Forces. Grew up on JBLM. We had first group there. A lot of my friends' dads were special forces guys, and a lot of guys like in and around the wrestling community were like ex-Rangers, and a lot of the parents of the wrestlers I was wrestling with were Rangers at the time. Kids from my school, Rangers. So we had 275, and we had first group up there. We had a bunch of guys. So I was like, yeah, I want to go special operations, but honestly, in that time of my life, I was like, special forces seems easier, and like I don't want that haircut. I don't want that Ranger haircut, the high and tight. I didn't want it. I'd never combed my hair growing up. I hated it. And I was like, I want to kind of look like a bag of shit, kind of like I do right now. But like very Seattle vibes, shark wrestling lumberjacks over there where I'm from, or Tacoma, more like it. So I'm like, yeah, I want to be special forces, this, that, and the other. And they're kind of like, nothing's caught really in the books yet about special. I go to MEPS, go all that. I go down to 30th. I went to MEPS in Tampa, is eventually where I made it to.
Really?
Yeah.
From all the way from Tacoma?
Yeah, because my mom was living down in Kissimmee, so I went and like stayed with her, and I stayed with her while I was going through the process of trying to get in the military. So I went through MEPS in Tampa, and from Tampa went to Fort Benning, Georgia, and I was like, okay, we'll do like this 18 X-ray thing, because this is like a new thing, and I was over 21 years old, whatever. So I get there, and they're kind of like, hey, you know, you have 9 toes, and you have this thing, and like this is like enough to get in the military, but like you can't even be airborne. And he's like, so we can like send you back home. I was like, no, like let me wait, like what's going on here? Like let me just do my basic training, and I'll just be infantry, because like you're 11X anyway when you start. So I'm on 11 X-ray there at OSIT, Fort Benning, Georgia. I go through the basic training and all that stuff. I remember like how, so some guys like it was a question that like kind of irked me from line guys, like, why did you pick 11 Charlie? I'm like, dude, you know I didn't pick this.
Right.
You know?
That 11X. Yeah, I think all 11 Charlies are like 11 X-rays who don't get that Bravo billet.
Yeah. So I got to touch on this because it was like I thought it was hilarious. I loved trolls. I loved people in leadership that could troll you and like totally psychologically mess with you, and as part of like the smoking that you're gonna get. So all day we went through this like very boring, like, you know, 30th AG super boring, but we went through this monotonous, very boring, very hard to understand, no clear instruction of what is going on, order that we're getting in, and we're doing a snake line. So, you know, snake line, you know, going up and down like a snake. And they're just calling out names, and it doesn't make sense because we're trying to figure it out. We're like, they put this in order by this and by that, and nobody could really figure it out. But we get in the snake line, and they're like, all right, guys, start moving that line to the buses. Start moving the line to the buses, and then like the buses get all loaded up, and the buses start driving away. Like, all right, there's going to be another thing of buses. And then the drill sergeants pop out of the woodwork, and they go, hey, man, welcome to the Army. There's not another line of buses. I know that's what you're thinking. There's not. But the guys on the bus are 11 Bravos. You guys are 11 Charlies. The rivalry starts now. Follow the bus. So we were walking behind the Bravos, like already like, oh, and then the whole way there, these guys are like, you're going to hate your life. You're going to be a mortarman. It's going to suck. You're never going to like it. You're never going to do anything cool. Like everything right away was just like, and I'm like laughing. And I got this like, like later we call them sea bags, but like the duffel bag.
Yeah,
you know, Ranger Regiment called them the sea bag or whatever, the contingency bag. So we had this thing, and I'm like, I got one in front, one in back. You know, it's all it's got is like uniforms at this point. We haven't done like the CIF with all like the stupid helmets and stuff, but we're following by, and people are being dramatic. And like, I live a chaotic life. I think like I've walked far. I lived in the mountains. I lived by the sea. I've, you know, been exposed to a lot growing up. And like, I'm seeing these guys like behaving like they're in a Hollywood film.
Yeah, it's like the first bad thing that's ever happened
Yeah,
to them.
like, oh, this is Point the Hawk right now?
Right,
Are we at Point the Hawk right now?
right.
Because guys were literally like falling on the ground. And another guy goes, brother, I have you. And then the other guy's like, no, leave me. And I'm laughing because I find it so cringe. I find it like disgusting and appalling. I'm just like, ugh. I'm like, get off my boot, you know? And I'm like stepping over him, like, ha ha ha. Like, I'm like laughing and crying while I'm stepping over these bodies. And I'm like moving through the whole thing. Like, dude, this is hilarious. All we're doing is walking. And it's not like we have to chase the bus. We're not even going to the same place the buses are.
Right.
Like, just walk. I bet we're just going to like turn after like 800 feet. And it was like less than a mile that we walked.
Yeah.
But these guys,
without me, Sandusky.
yeah, like, you know, like.
Tell my wife I love her.
She probably doesn't anymore if she
right.
saw what was happening. What if your family was right over there?
Les, I'm going to ask you about RASP. I do got to give a quick shout out here to the sponsor for this show. It's Bub's Naturals. Dave, if you want to grab that stuff over there. Bub's is a health food company. They make a collagen protein, MCT oil, apple cider vinegar gummies, and 10% of their profits go to the Glenn Doherty Foundation. Glenn Doherty was a Navy SEAL and then a GRS contractor. He was one of the guys that died in Benghazi, Libya. And so, you know, the Glenn Doherty Foundation kind of continues his legacy, and Bubs works with them and helps them out. So if you guys want to check out some of these products, go to bubsnaturals.com. The promo code is TEAMHOUSE, bubsnaturals.com, and the promo code is TEAMHOUSE, and that'll get you 20% off your order.
I just want to say that the 11 Bravos, which are riflemen, they're the when you hear infantry, that's what you think of, and the 11 Charlies, which are mortarmen. So the 11 Bravos being on the bus and the 11 Charlies walking is kind of like a metaphor for like the overall army experience when it comes to 11 Bravos and 11 Charlies. Right?
Yeah. It was like pretty interesting. And then like some reason like I didn't really fully understand RASP. I didn't really fully understand like. Because some of the drill sergeants, so through basic training, getting to RASP, you're about to ask about it, I didn't have RIP or RASP or nothing like that in my contract anymore. I was like, okay, I'm going to go to the big army, and I started like, well, you know, there's some lineage in the big army I can think about. There's some cool stuff. Some guys done some cool things. Maybe eventually I'll weasel my way in over there. But the whole time in basic, I was like, maybe if I just, you know, kick ass here and take initiative. So I would literally be in the bay and grab like the level 1 book and be like, hey guys, I know it sucks reading these books all day, but you know, I've been reading them and I understand how to do certain things. Remind me, I can do the class right now. And I'll be like, this is your M7 Bandolier complete with M18 Alpha 1 Claymore Mod, M57 firing device, M40 testing device. Like I go through the whole thing. And then I know, like, the drill sergeant's like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going in that kill zone out there? You know?
Right.
Like, what? And then, like, over time, they made me, like, the PG, which doesn't really, like, mean anything, but it could mean something if the right people are there, that you're leading correctly as, like, you know, and the PG is basically a leader of that basic training platoon from, like, the candidate position, I guess you would call it, right? So they like immediately made me that guy, and I was crushing PT, and I was like freakishly fast at running.
Well, you're lighter. You only had 9 toes.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually so I was like really good at running, and then by the end of it, they were like, "Hey man, we have orders for you to go 3rd ACR," which was in Fort Hood at the time, and I don't know, like, you know, and I was like, "Okay, yeah, Roger, drill sergeant," and he was like, "I'm not sending you 3rd ACR, man." Like, he's like, when you came in first day, I noticed you were freaking laughing and smiling when we were smoking the dog shit out of you guys. You need to go to Ranger Regiment. Like, right there, he was like, you need to go to the Ranger Regiment. And then he was like, so we're going to send you to Ranger School. And I'm like, okay, Ranger School, all right, yeah. And I'm like everybody was like saying Ranger School. And clearly they didn't know that they were sending me to RIP. So I'm thinking, I'm like, well, and I started asking, I'm like, do I go to a unit first? And they might show me how to get through Ranger School. Because like I somewhat knew that there was a difference growing up on JB11.
Right.
So I'm like, why am I going to Ranger School?
Right.
It's going to be hard. So I was going to go to the Ranger battalions. And so I went to Airborne, then I went to RASP. And that's where I got to the RASP.
All right, so the RASP story, what happened? What went awry?
Okay, so RASP was kind of hilarious. that was pretty funny because like we were one of the first RASP class, and they had this like, because my paperwork did say RIP, and they came in and they smoked us during the brief at RIP, and then they came in like with like a fake dossier, like the president just said, you know, it's now called RASP. Oh no, we got to give him a different brief. Guess you got to get smoked some more. You know what I mean? And so we started it over, go through RASP. So RASP was different because they were like, haha, you thought it was going to be like 3 weeks. You're going to be here for 8. And we're just like, oh no, because everybody's like mentally prepared. Like we're going to knock out 3. And then it's like, boom, we go through this and it's an 8-week course. So it's like, man, we're going to be here for 2 months. And this is going to be here for a month minus. So anyway, we go through like the first half of RASP almost. I finished Cole Range. And then the NCOIC was, hey man, fallout over here at the end of Cole Range. And I was like, what's up? He's like, I can't let you go on to the next, whatever the next thing.
Phase, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, why is that? And he's like, well, you have some outstanding debt for, I guess, a hospital bill. And I was like, what? And it was me getting stabbed. So I had a hospital bill for that, $36,000 that I had to like pay off or make right. And so I contacted the hospital and I said, you know, like, hey, we're going to give you some time, but we're going to have to recycle you. We won't let you move on.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but under the Soldiers and Sailors Relief Act, can you not have debt forgiven that you incurred before you joined the military?
I don't know the rules on that, to be honest. And I actually kind of looked into that. But it didn't necessarily really apply to me because when I was under the impression that I was under crime victim compensation in the state of Washington.
Right.
Which would pay off your medical debt if you are a victim of violent crime.
There's a butt coming, I take it.
Yeah, and it was pretty hilarious because I'll tell you what cost me a full, week at Cole Range, which both of you understand like what that can be like. And so I went at the end of Cole Range, they sent me back and I contact this hospital and say, hey, I thought we were square. And they said, oh, you know what, we are. But somebody didn't close out the note.
Oh, man.
So they reported you collections. I go, why didn't they close out the note? It's like, usually we keep the note open so we can get your survey back and add it into the file so we have your survey. And I was like, you people are going to make me do RASP again because they didn't fill out a survey. So, yeah, back to day one off of that.
Wow.
No shit.
Yeah. So then I went through RASP again, went through Cole Range again, went through phase 2, got all the way to like the end of phase 2. And it was like at the end, they gave you your beret. They said, shave this thing. Here's your scroll. Keep it in your pocket. Don't put it on yet. And then, for the graduation, all that, your folks, if somebody comes out, puts it on, you put on your beret, etc. And they said, also, we're going to give you your cell phones back. And this is back in the day where you had cell phones, but at the beginning of the course, you would take your cell phone, put tape on the back, write your name on the back, put it in the laundry bag. They would take it, and you wouldn't see it again until the end or until you got dropped. So they say you could take your cell phones into the barracks and you could charge your phones in the barracks, but do not be on your phones in the barracks. And it's like, okay, like, roger that. We can charge our phones. Well, I was up there, people were shaving the berets. Some people were playing music on their phones and stuff like that, which I thought was like, hey, that's still like transferring data. You kind of. But then as I'm charging my phone is blowing up, man. Like, it's going crazy. Like, nobody else's phones are blowing up. People stop talking to people because they're like, oh, he went into the abyss. He's not coming out. Like, they already gave it up on him, Nobody's calling everybody else. So I grabbed my phone and I start heading down the stairs because I know I got to be outside to make a phone call now. And as I'm like pushing on that door, and I looked at my phone and it was like this RASP cadre pops out like a referee throwing a penalty flag. You. And I was like, dang, dude. Like, he's like, he did not break the plane with the cell phone, in the review. So he's like, snatched my phone from me. And I was like, dang, man, like, all right, I'm wrong. I was on my phone. Yeah, I'm wrong. Like, private mode. It's like, yeah, Roger, sir, I'm wrong. I looked at my phone while I was in the barracks. So he pulls me in the office and goes, guess who I saw on his phone? I'm already a recycle. So now this guy's like probably gunning to get rid of me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a straight through guy. He's calling the NCOIC of RASP 2 and says, like, yeah, you got to get down here. He was on his phone. He paints this picture like I was on my phone, And I'm like, oh, no, I'm a bad boy. Like, I'm sitting there like, I'm a bad boy. No, And then so I don't hear nothing from the rest of the day. But I have that anxiety all day. Like, oh, man, I got my beret, man. And the funny thing was, man, I had a 275 scroll. And I was going back home. And I was like, I fucked this up. I was going home. We go to the formation, like the closeout formation, because RASP would always have a early as hell formation at like sometimes 3 or 4 in the morning. And another one at like 2200. And like recall formation, get everyone outside, put out what's going to happen tomorrow. So at about 2200, we're all standing tall, RASP 2 guys. And then he berated me in front of everybody. And, I sucked it up and I just accepted that, yeah, I'm wrong. I was on my phone, etc. He's like, why would you mess it up? Blah, 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 blah. He's like, I should drop you right here now. He makes this big speech. He goes, but I'm going to give you a chance. And I was like, dude, this is going to be impossible, I swear. And he's like, I want you by first call tomorrow morning to present to me the blue book written 5 times.
Holy shit.
What?
The entire blue book written 5 times. And I was like, okay. He's like, nobody can help him. Nobody. And if you do, I'll drop you. Like, puts it out. And everyone's just like, I'm really sorry, man. It looks like you're fucked. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I am. But I go up there and I try. I go up in my own like little room and I keep the light on. Everyone's sleeping in like these other rooms in the barracks. And I'm up there and I had blisters on my freaking fingers from writing this thing over and over. And I'm like, I was literally like, dude, could I skip like one line? Could I skip one word and he won't know? I'm like, no, dude, he'll know. Like I had these conversations with myself, like integrity, dude, you're already integrity violation. Do it all the way through. So I did. And I got to 3.5 copies of the blue book in one night by, I think it was like 04:30 or something, 04:30 next morning. And he comes up and he goes, hey, let me see what you got. And he looks and he's like, going through and he goes, you know what I think? I think you started knocking this out for 30 minutes and said, this is good enough. He'll believe me. And then you racked out. And I was like, Sergeant, that's completely false. I wrote that all night. He's like, let me tell you something. When I was on the line, I was covered in camouflage, and they made me write 10 Ranger creeds. And in my head, I'm like, creeds?
Right.
The creed is in the blue book.
Right.
18 standing orders is in the blue book, my friend.
Right.
I had to write 5 of the orders, 5 of the creed, and that's before I get to all the AR 670-1 stuff. Like, I knew the standard to the letter by the time I was done with like one of those things. And I'm just sitting there like, oh no. But I was like, maintain military bearing. And I was like, okay, Roger Sergeant, Roger Sergeant, Roger Sergeant, just Roger Sergeant. I was like, because maybe this is just a psychological test to see if like, hey, I'm going to say ridiculous shit to this guy. And if he gives me any attitude, that's the boot. So I was like, my whole thing was like, err on the side of safety. Do whatever you can to not piss this guy off and just sit through it and try to make it to the next level. So anyway, he goes, I'll tell you what, one more chance. We have the combatives thing later, the tournament later. And if you do well, maybe I'll think about making you a Ranger. And I was like, oh, combatives is like my bread and butter.
Right.
I wasn't the best at shooting. I wasn't the best at lifting weights at the time because like I wasn't like an Olympic lifter or nothing. I was like, but combatives. Oh, I've tussled with these guys in the hallways and they don't stand a chance. I'm going to do this. And dude, I cleaned house. I cleaned house at that combatives tournament. And the funny thing is, I didn't sleep.
There was a lot on the line, so you weren't pulling no punches.
Oh,
either.
yeah. And maybe some guys there were like, if I lose, he'll look good. Maybe. I don't know. Nobody ever told me they did. You know, maybe they will now. It's like, yeah, you didn't really beat me. That's a good idea. That's what I did. But you know, I cleaned house, and actually the title fight, like it was me versus the other guy. It was actually a pretty good fight, and I won. And I was like, dude, like, how are you gonna send me the needs of the army and knowing that there's a guy that, you know, kicked all your Rangers' asses? How can you do that? There's no way. He goes, I thought about it. I was like, well, okay, like I'm in, maybe, and you know, and he's like, no, I'm sending you to the board.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
So it sends me to the board to, you know, they can talk to me,
Yeah.
right? And I sit there in the board, I go through answering all these questions, like what does embiter mean, and all this, like, stuff that most Joes across the army don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a knowledge board first. And then it turns into an integrity board. So first they hit you with a bunch of Ranger knowledge, Ranger history, and all this stuff. Then they hit you with like integrity board stuff. And one of the questions they asked, it made like the hair stand on the back of my neck because it insinuated something happened. Because the guy, the major was sitting in front of me. He goes, what's more important, training or family? And I said, well, sir, if I choose family, that's selfish because everybody here has a family. But if I train really hard, I may increase the probability and mitigate the risk. You know, I may increase the probability of these guys returning to their homes to see their family and mitigate the risk of them not returning all in one piece to meet their family. So I would say training's more important, sir. As a private, I felt that was the safest answer to give this guy. He goes, okay. He's like, so based on that, I'm going to recommend a day one reset.
Oh my God.
He goes, would you like to know why your phone was, you know, blowing up? You know, like why you were receiving so many notifications? I was like, yes, sir, I would like to know. He's like, your dad's in the hospital. He had a heart attack.
Jesus Christ.
And they're trying to get a hold of you. And right there, I'm like, yes, sir. You know, and I was like, dude, like,
That's pretty fucked up.
you knew that? Like, I was like, you knew that? And you played this fucking game with me?
Yeah.
You know? So, I was like, you know, I'm not going to get angry. I'm like, I'm going to ride through this. And so, he said, okay, I'll give you like a few days to go home and check on your dad. So my dad survives the heart attack. But this is when like the truth comes out about my dad. A bunch of stuff he was hiding. Because even when I got stabbed, I went and hung out with my dad. I got out of the hospital on my 21st birthday. They said, hey, we're going to let you, we're going to get good news and bad news. I'm letting you out of the hospital. It's your birthday. But we also know it's your birthday and you just turned 21. You can't drink. So that's what they told me, like no booze. And I remember like being with my dad and I have like 8 holes in my lung and bandages in my neck and my lung and walking with my dad. This is before the army, back to the, you know, Quentin Tarantino, this go back in time a little bit, right? And I was walking with my dad to my apartment in Seattle that I was living at, and him struggling more than I was to walk from the restaurant to my house and be like, something's off.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, when that phone was going, I was like, something might be happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why when he said family or I was like, something might be happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I was like, part of me is like, man, this is like the only real accomplishment that I'm going to be able to do that like nobody in my family's ever done. They've been in the military. They always saw those guys on the other side of the fence. They always wondered. But I'm going to be the guy on the other side of the fence. I'm not going to screw this up over an emotional thing. I need to get to the objective. This is not a subjective thing. This is not happening to me. This is just something that's happening. I need to look at this objectively. And so I did. And I went home. He survives that. I go back day one and go through the whole course and finish the course. At this point, they kind of have like a RASP holdover. So before you go to your unit, you're going to maybe chill a little bit. I got to organize some certain things that had to do with my credit report to not only, so I rectified the thing with the hospital, but I had to go through and rectify my clearance and everything too. So they gave me time now to do all that. And what was really great about going through that last time I went through RASP is I think that all the cadre members there were like pulling for me by that point because they were like, that was wrong. And they were like, some of the things are like, hey man, you're already a Ranger. Like, you don't got to do that thing. You know, like we were good because they started doing RASP and RASP was like pretty cool. We started doing breaching and all that. Yeah. And like, they were letting me stand in front of people and explain the mathematical equation to how to build a charge. And I was a private. And at the time, I didn't think anything of it. I just kept my shit from every cycle that I went through phase 2 and kept studying and studying and studying because like, this is what I have to know when I get to my platoon. Even though it's a mortar platoon, I probably have to know this. You know what I mean? I think I have to know this. And so like, yeah, I get through that. And I remember the third time I went through was the future mortar platoon sergeant 375 was in the class with me because they had like a combination of RASP 2, RASP 1. You would do like a culminating event. And I think I won him over because I did the silliest thing to win our like RASP 1, RASP 2 competition they kind of had. And this is the first time we did this event. Like every cycle, they would change the events on this like RASP 1, RASP 2 thing. So one of the things was like, there was always at the time, every cycle had a jump. Like you both jumped onto Friar DZ with RASP 2, the RASP 1 guys, and you kind of like link up with your RASP 2 compadres, like one's an NCO, one's an officer, and you both might go do some land nav or something. But there's always a 10-mile ruck involved. So we go do this 10-mile ruck, and there's like little brain teasers along the way every time. And this is a new brain teaser. There's a brain teaser on Decker Strip where you had to take like tough boxes. And they said, the only thing you can walk on top of is the tough box and your equipment. And you have to cross Decker Strip by only walking on the tough boxes and the equipment. So I see all the other guys, because we're like one of the last guys to assemble and get to Decker Strip. And I see all the other guys like, all right, thing, stand on it, hand it to me, boom. I'm like assessing what everyone's doing. Then our guys come up with a plan. Like, all right, what are we going to do? How are we going to, negotiate this obstacle? And I said, can I, I'm private, and there's an officer there and an NCO. And I was like, can I ask the cadre member a question? Yeah. I was like, does everything in your ruck count as equipment? And they're like, yes. And I was like, so anything on my packing list, as long as I'm standing on an item on my packing list, it counts as equipment? He's like, yes. And I look over and I was like, can I make a suggestion? And then the NCO stuff was like, oh yeah, go ahead. And I was like, let's put our socks over our boots and run across the field. And we did that. We picked up the tough boxes and we ran. And all the other groups, they were like, no, you can't do it. And it was like, hey, says the packing list. The cadre was like, yep, you can. So we got the edge. We got past everyone, And then, so anyway, that guy, I didn't know who that guy was. I was like, who's this like jacked Gene Wilder looking dude? He looks like Willy Wonka, but jacked. Ended up becoming the mortar platoon sergeant. And then I didn't go to 275. He's like, no, bring that guy to 375.
You're talking about Edwards?
No, not Edwards. Edwards doesn't look like this. This is another guy, former 175 guy that took the platoon at.
Because I think he was he did some time at as RASP cadre.
Yeah, he was like RIP cadre, I guess, with a bunch of like guys that later became my peers, but like they weren't really my peers, but like they became my peers.
Okay.
They became before me, but I almost blended in because I fast tracked.
So for people who might not be aware of these terms, so RIP was the Ranger Indoctrination Program. RASP used to be the Ranger Assessment and Selection Program, but RASP back in the day was only for imports, and that was NCOs who were
officers also.
And officers, okay. RASP and rope, right?
Yeah.
Who were in conventional units,
Yeah.
and they were coming. They were considered imports. They were coming to the Ranger Battalion from outside units, which isn't highly smiled upon often.
Right.
For us, at least for me, RIP was a 3-week. Yeah. It was just a grind. It was just a ball buster. But we didn't do any breaching. We didn't do anything like that.
Live fires.
Yeah, we didn't do anything like that. Yeah. So can you tell us like what RASP became when you were there?
So while I was there, it was pretty interesting. I remember, and hit a memory. We had actually a cadre member die while I was in RASP.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So Pedro Lacerda was a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He was the combatives teacher. And we were out on Peden Field. And, man, I had tremendous respect for this guy, especially as a grappler myself growing up doing that. And then we were doing PT out there, and he pretty much went down and looked like he was having a seizure. And we had to flag some people down. We got him to the hospital where he later passed away. And then members of the class had to go and recite the creed at a ceremony for him.
Man, that's terrible. How old was he? Like 30?
I don't even know. But
Must
yeah,
have
he
been
was
a
very
young
young,
guy.
very young guy. And it was like weird because it's very strange for us in the class because you have these Terminators.
Like gods,
these guys that are like, they don't bleed. And then this guy goes down, and then his, Ranger buddy, who's also leading PT with him, automatically is an emotional response to this. Like, he's hysterical that his Ranger buddy is obviously not in good condition, and he pushes towards that. And you could tell they had a history. Like, these guys didn't just meet in RASP. These guys were probably saw gunners in the same squad at some point, And it was like, oh man, that's really strange. Like, that's like reality hit.
Yeah.
Like, this is real. Like, what we're doing is real. And so, not to turn it down a little bit, but RASP, like, there's a lot of guys like, I went to RIP, RASP ain't nothing, the RASP is soft. And especially like when I went through RASP, I was like, these guys are the same guys who did RIP. Mm-hmm. The cadre were like already doing RIP. Mm-hmm. It's not like they go, oh, all right, switch it off, make it easy. You know, they were like still like, hey, putting hands on you a little bit, throwing you around a little bit, get your hands on the blacktop type stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that stuff was still going on. And, but that's like phase one mostly. Mm-hmm. And then like phase two, because I know like phase one, I think like the first day we had like over 10 heat cats. Day one, and it is in the wintertime. So dudes were like going down. And then we go to phase two. Phase two, I believe we did a lot of mobility training, which a lot of guys are like, oh, it's boring, just driving around the Humvee. But it's like, it turns out to be really helpful because you get into the recovery techniques stuff. You really delve into it, you kind of go, all right, this is really cool. Like, I can actually learn some different techniques and stuff, and I actually do it almost as a hobby. A lot of people nowadays like do overlanding, and they almost get stuck on purpose. They're like, hey man, I got the kinetic rope out, like, so it's like pretty cool that you get to do that. A little bit of mobility, heavy marksmanship. Mm-hmm. And there's a story about the freaking marksmanship stick. I never shot a gun before the Army, and so I was very like, do not ND, do not ND, do not ND. I'd never, even to this day, I'm not exactly like comfortable like with the gun. Like, I would be comfortable, I'll look comfortable, yeah, but in the back of my mind is like, do not ND, do not ND, do not ND. Like, the whole time it's just burning a hole in me. If I conceal carry or anything, it's burning a hole in me. Like, I'm just gonna ND, ain't I? I'm probably ND. Is it loaded? Is it not loaded? I don't know. I probably loaded it. Somebody probably snuck in and loaded one. Like, that's the anxiety. Like, don't get kicked out. But I remember like the cadre guy, the marksmanship instructor. He was like, hey man, like, you seem real nervous around that gun. You don't need to be nervous around that gun. That gun's not gonna hurt you unless you do something stupid. Like, hey, think about like some girlfriend that you had before. She had really nice nipples. Let's talk about her nipples. Blah 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 blah. And then I was at parade rest. Like, oh no, like this guy. And I remember he shot at the ground, like in front of me, like between my legs, when I was at parade rest. And I was like, dude. And he's like, are you scared of the gun now? And I was like, Sergeant, I'm a little worried when you have it, yeah. Like, just because we're in like phase two, and it was kind of okay to like send a little back at the guy. These guys were more laid back in phase two, and I was like, yeah, now with you there a little bit, But I was kind of also at the time like thinking like, yeah, this is like Ranger stuff, guys shooting at the ground, but like, it turns out that's not the right.
Yeah, that's not exactly. Yeah. I can't imagine that was in the training.
No.
Yeah.
I was surprised that he did it, but I also thought about my 9 toes when he did it. I'm like, I could probably lose another one.
Right.
Even it out. Hit the right
I'll
side.
run even faster.
Yeah. So we did marksmanship. We did combative stuff. We did mobility, and we did breaching. Breaching covered like not everything. You weren't going to be master breacher, but you can be like maybe low level breacher. That's why I think they stopped sending guys to the low level breacher course, because everybody who went through RASP did some sort of breaching that was like above low level breachers. Like you're doing ECT charges, flex linear, all this stuff. You were doing mechanical breaches, manual breaches, thermal breaches, ballistic breaches. You're out there with the shotgun, which I was like, they're like, the shotgun is what gets, like, it was like, behind a DUI, this shotgun will RFS you, because NDs, like they would talk about ending the shotgun, like, after the DUI, this is the second most reason why guys get RFS. The Remington 870. And, yeah, and then, like, you know, that thing. So when I was like having that, I was like, this thing's burning a hole in me. Hopefully I don't get selected like to breach with this. But so that's essentially, I know I was probably all over the place, but essentially marksmanship heavy, mobility heavy. Combatives wasn't super heavy, but it was there. And then they had what was the other one? Breaching. Yeah.
So it sounds like, because, you know, I got there during a peacetime military. So the idea was you get selected, you know, and then you go and you get hazed for a year while you're being trained to be a ranger.
Yeah.
But it sounds like because there were active wars going on, that they wanted you guys trained before you got there, at least to have a solid foundation.
Yeah, you almost touched anything that you're gonna touch on the line. You touched it there, and the cool dynamic about the Ranger Regiment is like, there's a cook right there learning how to build an explosive charge next to you. You know what I mean? Like, there's a parachute rigger right there learning to build charges next to you. And obviously we think there's bias, like, hey man, this guy's just gonna skate through. He can almost mess this up and still go through. That was always like that thing, like they need the soft skill guys, like push him. Like the paralegal, come on. You know, like, but that's just like a part of that, like, military occupation specialty prejudice that you have.
Yeah.
So you do end up graduating from RASP.
Yeah, finally.
After this odyssey.
Yeah.
Tell us about showing up at your platoon. You're Mortar Platoon 375?
Mortar Platoon 375, that's correct.
So it's 375 because you had orders 275.
Yep.
And then they decided to punish you and send you to 375.
Yeah. And then, like, I thought it was a punishment. And then later I was like, this is awesome. This is great. Because, so the funny thing is, like, all I had to do was walk across the street. I didn't have to be like, oh, where am I? Oh, but then I found it weird because then you had an in-process post. And I'm like, I've been on this post for almost a year. Why am I in processing? They're like, let me tell you about Fort Benning. I'm like, I already know about Fort Benning. Please be quiet. Wait for the end of the class. Hold all questions to the end. I'm like, I have no questions. Please let me out of here. Can I just, collect me out of here? I'll take a test on Fort Benning and just push me out. Like, no. Still had to sit through the same stuff. Everyone was brand new to Fort Benning. So I get to 375, and it was very strange. Because my first interaction with the first person you meet in your company is the first sergeant. And we had a very, like, cartoon character kind of first sergeant, as many people did. And they're like, hey, first sergeant's in there, knock on the door and wait for him to say enter. And I was like, okay, Roger, Sergeant, to whoever the headquarters platoon sergeant was at the time. I said, okay, Roger, Sergeant. And then knock on the door, I hear enter from this, like, grumbling voice on the other side. I step in, close the door behind me, go to parade rest. And I'm immediately in shock and said, don't show shock. Just, like, 1,000-yard stare. Don't look at him, and don't look at the man, a full-grown man on his hands and knees next to the first sergeant. Like, the first sergeant's petting him like a dog. And this guy was like a FO, and he looked like a weasel. He was disgusting. And I was like, how's that guy a ranger? And it was very weird. And I was like, if I fuck this up, am I going to have to be the dog? So he's like, hey, standard test, what's your PT? How do you run? How fast do you run? And I was like, well, usually I'm a sub 30 minute 5 mile. And he's like, I can run faster than that. And I'm like, man, my first sergeant kind of big old gut too. And he's like, I was like, I don't know, first sergeant, but okay, Roger, first sergeant, I'll get better at running. And I remember he's like, hey, what's your favorite stanza of the creed? All right, say it. I say the creed. He's like, that's my favorite too. He's like, then he says, so Sandusky, got one last question for you. I'm like, oh man, what's it gonna be? And he's like, what is best in life? And I was like, is this guy for real?
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, send it. I was like, to crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women, First Sergeant. And he was like, "Gah, get the fuck out of here!" And I got out of there, and I was like, "Dude, what was that? What was happening?" And then they're like, "Hey, we'll take you to your section leader."
Every private has to know that.
Yeah, and so I go to my section leader. They take me to my section leader, and kind of introduced to him. And I remember like my first week there was EIB, and the cool thing about RASP is you do all the EIB tasks in RASP as you go through. So it's like, dude, I did RASP 3 times.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
I'm set. So we went through the EIB, and I that first week there, and I got the EIB. It didn't really fully integrate with the platoon yet. And then I think towards the end of the expert infantry badge, once I earned my expert infantry badge, I basically entered the platoon with the EIB, which was pretty good. And then on that ruck march, I was like, I have to win first place, and I got like second place out of the battalion on the EIB ruck march for the 12-miler because I was like, I want to make a good impression on my platoon. So then I finally integrate with my platoon, and being like, "Oh yeah, I saw you. You got second place. Like you freaking like." I was like being mocked for almost like being like an overachiever or something like that. And I was like, "Dang it, man! Like this is not a very good start." And I remember they told me to like, "Hey, like we don't need you today. Go home and meet us downtown at the Tap at 7 p.m. We're doing a go away party for the outgoing platoon sergeant, because the other platoon sergeant that did RASP with me, he's coming." And so I'm like, all right. And I went downtown, and I think everybody in the platoon punched me while I was there. They said, "Make sure you punch that guy. He's the new guy." So I got punched by everybody while I was there. They would buy me a drink, and I was like, all right. And then like they would be like, "Buy me a drink because I killed someone, you haven't." And then the section leader would be like, "Whoa, no, he's killed someone." And they're like, "Wait, what?" And then because they were like, they brought me in the cage like I think the day after that part. There was like a mass cow downtown. I didn't drink at all because I was like, dude, I don't know what's going on. Don't drink, just maintain homeostasis and get out of this, And there was a mass cow, and I was the guy like loading people in vans and being like, all right, let me just help people out. And then anyway, I get to work, whatever, the next day or sometime that week, and they try to pull that again. Like everybody, it was like being taken into a prison cell, but like a prison cell is like, you go in a prison cell, it's like, what are you in for? "Oh, I'm in for armed robbery. Hey man, I did this, I did that." And then like the guy in the back corner is like, what's up with that guy? He's like, he killed someone, It's like, when I got to my platoon in the cage, they're like, everybody in this cage has killed someone. And you're just like, all right, got it. And like that's where you were in that aspect. You were like, oh shit, that's real. That's not even a joke. Everybody in this cage has killed somebody, whether with the direct fire or indirect fire weapon systems, whether it was with the 50 cal and RWS, whether it was with any type of tool that the regiment gives you to take one's life. And I was like, all right, and I was kind of in that mode, like, man, like the way that I went about my life is like, I didn't feel like it was for anything. I wasn't proud. Like people, like even when I got stabbed, people were like, "You won that fight, man. That's badass." Like, what did I win? I didn't wake up that day. I was like, I don't want to win the lottery. I want to take someone's life.
Right.
Like you don't win nothing, So I was kind of like, all right, well, like I have more respect for these guys because they weren't just like caught up in some stupid thing. There's like a purpose behind kind of like what they're doing in a way, So yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on there. I started like getting really introduced to the culture there, kind of had a feel for it. Like, hey, the mortars are going to be crazy. And the mortars are going to be crazy because you just, since basic training, it's already ingrained in you. You already know how the culture outside the Army influences the culture inside your organization, and then your organization within the organization. And you're just this niche crew. There's no other mortar platoon. There might be like a, like 9 to 12 line platoons, like rifle platoons, but there's only one mortar platoon per battalion. And yeah, so I was there, and I remember like I don't know, talking about the barracks. I remember I told you about the barracks.
The Joe stories, the more to the fly shit.
Yeah. So it's like the barracks was like, oh, that's the C-Co barracks, that's the A-Co barracks, and then you point at this barracks, it's got like a halo of bats and lightning and a dragon just I'm like soaring around. And you're like, dude, what's that? And it's like, that's the mortar barracks. Do not, it's like anything the light touches, Simba. You may never go there. It's the elephant graveyard, And so I was like, I was in those barracks, and I remember all types of crazy stuff, shenanigans happening in the barracks, and it wasn't like just like little fun and games and stuff. I remember there was this guy who was a partner to a very famous sniper, wrote a lot of books, named Nicholas Irving. This guy's a partner to like Nick Irving. He's in the books, I think, as P. And so there's a guy, old Sergeant P. He's there, a.k.a. P. Murder. He's there. And I guess the story, what I heard, was that he had attempted buds before the army or something and like washed out or something. He was definitely an older guy than anybody else that we saw. Just like Silver Fox type guy.
So like 27, 28.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe even older. I don't know. But he was in the barracks, and I remember somebody apparently was walking around with like a broom handle or something and was smashing all the lights in the barracks. Like, psh, psh. And this is like a mortar guy, And old Sergeant P comes out and he's like, what's going on? I thought this was the Ranger Regiment, man. What's happening? What is this? And this dude who's smashing lights just goes, shut up, bitch. Just keeps smashing lights. Like, wow. Like, that is like the level of like zero fucks given, no morale.
Yeah.
Like, clearly this guy, I mean, this is a guy who's involved in like an Osprey crash, broke his back, and like had saved lives in there and lost like one of his friends. And, there's like, at surface level, you're like, that's a psychopath. Like, why does that guy belong there? Whatever. It's like, man, you kind of look at like, so what's, I learned that. I'm like, man, that guy, like, and he even told me like, man, I was screaming in that. I heard screaming in an Osprey, and I didn't realize it was me screaming, like while I was rolling and shit. And he had to pull people out of there. But there's that level of like, wow, man, these are incredible people in my platoon that done incredible things, and they're not really getting the recognition they should, because he was in an Osprey crash in Rooster 7-3 over in Afghanistan, and he pulled a bunch of folks out of there, and he got soldier's medal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Of course.
But whoever was back at the jock commanding
Silver
got
Star,
a
at least.
Silver Star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I
Bronze
mean?
Star with Valor or Silver Star.
Yeah, that's like sometimes like I see guys like on certain podcasts and stuff, and they're like reading off the thing of all these awards, and I'm like, dude, the amount of awards that people are just like, oh yeah, let's put him for award. 11 Charlie, throw it away.
Yeah.
And just feeling that like, dang man, I could have that rap sheet, but then I was like, hey man, the awards don't matter.
Right.
I'm like, if they don't matter, why do they always say them
right.
in front of everyone else?
Yeah.
But I seen a lot of people, like no matter like the MOS, get kind of bypassed on awards. What I noticed, but what were you gonna say?
Well, before we move into some of the combat stuff and deployment stuff, I would like to take a couple minutes to hear you lay out, what is a mortar section for the people out there?
Yeah.
What is a Ranger Regiment mortar section?
Okay.
The Navy SEALs have a mortar section? No. Does
No.
Delta Force have a mortar section? I think not.
Yeah, well, we're their mortar section, essentially.
So tell people...
We're the Navy SEAL mortar section, we're the Delta Force mortar section, we're everybody's mortar section.
So tell people about your platoon.
So the responsibility of a Ranger mortar platoon essentially is you are the all-weather JSOC asset, the only all-weather JSOC asset. And we used to make a joke about it. I was like, what if we're stood down due to weather? Because we can't get the bird, we can't get the striker, whatever it is, lift package that we're trying to roll out with. And so essentially, there's so many ways to skin this cat on what is. And the thing is about my mortar platoon at 375 is like, when I showed up there, I saw some really hard men that were combat hardened, but really didn't have an identity. They didn't really know exactly what their purpose was. And our mortar platoon had been there at Haditha Dam, but all Haditha Dam is like Pico 375, Haditha Dam. It's like, but what about those enablers, man, that were dropping 120s on like and one canoe, as it says in the BDA, Like, it's funny, but it's like did that generation go away? What's happening? Where are these guys? What are they doing? Now they just forgot about those guys. And now you have these guys that are like, dude, what do we do? We're like treated like, well, you're nothing. You don't have anything, no lineage. But I'm sitting there looking at the history and I'm thinking like, okay, so at face value, a mortar platoon is at the top, you're going to have your mortar PL, which is usually some sort of lieutenant or captain. Then you have your platoon sergeant, which is a master sergeant position within the Ranger Regiment. The mortar platoon sergeant is a master sergeant position. So it's supposed to be a Zulu in charge of a mortar platoon. Most of the time, you're going to have a 7 there because they're not finding Zulus around, or nor are they finding Zulus that want to be mortar platoon sergeant.
Right.
Like, hell no, you're not saying, I've been on the line, man.
Right. It's not a sexy position.
I want to take the company.
Right.
And if I'm not going to get a company, I'm going to go long walk. I'm going to go do something else. You know,
Right.
they don't want to come to mortar platoon. And so under him, you have 2 section leaders. And I believe that 1st Ranger Battalion and 2nd Ranger Battalion and 3rd Ranger Battalion all did it differently. Like even our call signs are like a little different. We were so decentralized and disorganized as far as like platoon. We never came together holistically. We were too attached for so long to the identity of our battalion, even though our battalion almost seemingly didn't care about our own identity and passing on our identity. I mean, one time we had a chem officer as our PO. And it was like a smack in the face.
It's clear they're just like sticking people.
Right.
In there,
Yeah.
so they
just-
punch their
Yeah,
ticket.
here you go, you know. So the way that we ran it for a while was like, you know, we had a 1st section, a 2nd section, and an FDC section. And the way that ran was kind of like, you know, hey, 1st section, you roll through, you know, we're like working in shifts. Like, hey, you do this exercise, you do this exercise. But what really put a constraint on you was like the line would be looking at you like, man, you're really dragging ass out here. And it's like they don't realize that mortar guy just got off supporting battalion ops. Now he's coming down to support Delta Company. Now he's going to go from Delta Company and go support Alpha Company. And we're like, we stretch ourselves thin with this makeup that we're doing that like now you're like, and each time you're carrying like maybe 10 rounds, maybe plus your cannon, because you don't have an AB with you, so you have a cannon and 10 rounds in your back.
Right.
Each one of those 60 rounds weighs 3.5 pounds. You know what I mean? So, and then all your other gear on top of it.
So
Can you?
I just want to make sure we break it down a little Barney level for people out there who really have no idea about the 60s, the 81s, the 120s.
That's right.
What the Fire Direction Center, like if you can just explain to people what that is.
So that was kind of actually an interesting dynamic that kind of fed into my well-roundedness. So I would say the mortar platoons are jack of all trade, almost master of none. So we had a 120 millimeter mortar, which it's in the name. The projectile is 120 millimeters around, a 70 meter blast radius, and it's about a 30-pound projectile. It can be fired up to 7.2 kilometers out of the American 120 millimeter system. And, you know, the components of the system are like the base plate's like 136 pounds. Yeah. The cannon itself's 110. You know, like all the components are heavy. It's like, you know, you busting that thing out, you're like, it's going to be a bad day. Getting to work sucks.
Yeah.
Leaving work sucks. Working is awesome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then you have the 81, which is a lot more mobile, a lot more lightweight, you know, a total of like 93 pounds altogether. And, you know, then you have your ammo and all that other stuff, which actually adds the weight. And, you know, you're only firing like a little over 5.5K with that one, but it's a little bit more mobile. It's kind of like the happy medium. A lot of guys, they favorite the 81, and then you have the 60s, 60 millimeters, and those are more like for close-in fight. You're attached to that platoon, you're attached to that company, you're direct line of sight fighting with the 60. And so, because usually each, I know we had like 4 120 cannons, but we usually ran like before Syria for a while, that whole generation, like my earlier part of my career, we usually only ran like 2 120s at a time. Sometimes we ran 4, but usually only 2 at a time because you're so understaffed. Like you can't staff 4 of them. Because nobody wants to be Rangers, nobody wants to be 11 Charlies,
right,
and nobody wants to be 11 Charlie Rangers.
Right.
So, and quality of life is bad, so people leave very quickly. very dog eat dog. So, you would shift. Okay, today we're doing 120s. Today we're doing 81s. All right. We're going to do 60s. Hey, these guys need you over there. Pick up the 60. And you had to be expected to be an expert in every one of those systems. And you also had to be able to integrate with the line support by fire, because you usually work in very close proximity with the support by fire to pick up that 240, to pick up that Gustav, to be able to engage enemy forces while you're usually on isolation or support by fire. And do it to almost like the same level that the line guys or those AT guys are executing all of those procedures. That's kind of like the way that we went about it. So it was very decentralized and disorganized to begin with.
So, I mean, mortar's like a 120 you can use for base defense.
Yep. I prefer it in the defense, yeah.
And a 60, I mean, it's small enough that, guys would carry down a sling, wing it off their shoulder, and put rounds down the tube, within 50 meters if need be, right?
Yeah, within 70 meters, yeah.
Yeah.
Within 70 meters. You could put it within 50 meters. It's like, arming distance and all that. You could just punch a hole through somebody, and it's pretty good. It's still a good effect. It's an interesting Bill Nye the Science Guy experiment you could try. I mean, we definitely did. We used to fire mortars off of our thighs with the 60s, and, we try to go beyond the max effective range and shoot things beyond max effective range, and it was kind of cool. It was almost like that master breacher type stuff where you get to shoot things with a mortar and then analyze the effects of that mortar system and be like, this is good in this, not just out of the book. Like the guy in the book that's at MCOE said this would be a good idea. So you don't know till you're there.
Right. Now, does the 60 have a base plate?
Yes.
It does.
Yes. They have two different kinds of base plate.
But you can fire it without the base plate too, right?
No.
Oh,
well, you could. It just wouldn't be a good idea.
Okay.
It'd be a bad day.
And how much is like the 60 base plate?
So you have, man, it's been so long, I don't even remember what the base plate is, but I remember there's one that's like 3.6 pounds, and then there is another one because they changed it. They changed that base plate like 3 times, because you have your auxiliary base plate, and then you have your conventional base plate. Your auxiliary base plate goes with the 60 when it's in handheld mode.
Okay.
And then you have conventional mode. Handheld mode means that you are trigger firing, because the 60 millimeter mortar, the M224 Alpha 1 that the United States military uses, is fired in 2 different positions, either drop fired or trigger fired.
Okay.
They're both muzzle loaded. And so when you're in handheld, you usually use a scale that's on the back of the 60 that's has a tritium illumination, and it has one side that has a 0 at the top, which stands for charge 0, and another side is charge 1 at the top. And you down the scale, it tells you the range. And
That has a little floating ball in there.
little floating ball, yep. And you move it, and then you kind of line it up, and then that's to the range that you desire, and you make sure the cannon is on target, and you hit things. And this is something I used to mess with the sniper platoon about, because obviously being a sniper and stuff, I'd be like, hey, you sniper guys, you always talk about, hey, I need a new Night Force scope or something like that. I'm like, my guys are engaging targets at 1,200 meters with their thumb. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of funny, right? It's like, but.
So, and you said, real quick, you said a lot of guys prefer the 80. Like, what is the
81,
80?
yeah.
And what is the 81 weigh? Like the base plate and the tube?
So I remember the base plate weighed like 35 pounds. I don't remember what like the next generation, because we went to M252 Alpha 1. It used to just be M252. But it went, they did like a whole weight reduction on it, and I don't really remember how much it weighs. I remember used to telling guys after a while, I go, it don't matter what it weighs, the battalion's still going to tell you to carry it.
And that's why I asked, because I think one of the things that mortarmen do not, I think from the line guys, like they get the appreciation when the line guys see them humping that stuff.
Yeah.
If you don't realize, you're carrying everything that every line guy is carrying.
Yeah.
In addition to
Yeah.
a base plate, a tube, the rounds. Like, I remember doing fast rope operations where you never wanted to go before the mortar guys.
Yeah.
Because those guys were screaming down the line.
And that was kind of the cool thing about being a mortar too, is like we're the first boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Like MLAT.
Yeah.
So, anytime you do an airfield seizure, it's like, who's going to be first boots on the ground? I'm the heavy dude. I'm jumping out the door first. I'm getting on the ground first. As I got older, I was like, what is the direction of flight? Where is my MFP? I want to put myself in the stack, so I ran closer to the MFP. I started that kind of like, hey, man, screw the scatter pattern. I want to get next to where I need to go. You know, instead of, because if you're heavy, if you're weighed down, you got to jump first, so you don't, you know, come burning in on somebody else.
So tell us about hitting the ground in Afghanistan in 2010.
Okay, so 2010, this is like towards the end. I think it was like December or something like that. I end up in this area called Kalat, and it was very interesting because right away, you kind of knew what you were up against when you're in Kalat, because you looked out from your fob, and we were in a tiny fob, had to like ride a 47 to get there, very small, and you look out from your little fob, and you see Alexander the Great's castle there, and you're like, dude, this has been going on. It was almost like a morale kind of like, your morale kind of went away a little bit. Like, dude, like, this doesn't look good. That guy tried it. He's in a book. I'm not in a book. He's in lots of books, and he's great, apparently. It's like, he's the one Alexander that was pretty great. You know? So, you see that, and I remember, like, I go in there, and it was insane, because the company I was attached to was, like, right away, you're like, you almost felt like you're in the locker room of, like, some Hall of Fame team. When you're overseas, you're like, whoa, the first sergeant was in Mogadishu. That's the son of a Medal of Honor recipient that was killed in Mogadishu. Dude, the sergeant major just came in, he was in Panama. Like, what? Because I remember the sergeant major gave his speech, and I think at the time I was like 24 by this time, my first deployment. And he was like, I've been a Ranger for 24 years. And I was like, oh, that guy's been a Ranger as long as I've been alive. And, I mean, you can probably tell from that voice like who I'm talking about. But, yeah, I was like, dang, man, this guy has been around for a while, and he looks like he's been around for a while. Little battle troll, man.
Oh, I know who you're talking to, the CSM.
Yeah, and so...
He was a good guy.
Yeah. And that guy ran into me in Korea one time. Yeah. He was in charge of, 9th Army out there, and we were doing some training.
We're talking about Sergeant Major Merritt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was in civilian clothes in the PX or something, getting some more stuff to grab to go back up to the warrior base where we were training at. And somebody hits me on the back, like smacks me in the back. And I turn around, and there's Sergeant Major Merritt with his hand out. He's like, how you doing, Ranger? And I was like, oh, yeah, Raj, Sergeant Major. Immediately in civilians, I go to parade rest. And all these people, like regular Army dudes, conventional, and Korea are looking at me like, why are you at parade rest for, like, you know? And I'm like, dude, I don't care if this guy tells me not to go to parade rest. I'm going to parade rest. I'm the Manchurian candidate when this guy's around, you know what I mean? It's just, I'll never quit. I'll never quit. You know, like, as soon as you know.
I remember sharking his air once on an airfield seizure. I came down below him,
Yeah.
and he burned in right behind me. I hear, boom! And I didn't know who it was. I thought it might have been my buddy in AT, and I ran over, and I was like, oh, dude, are you okay? Are you okay? And this guy rolls over like, no! He was the ops sergeant major at 375 at the time.
Yeah.
He broke all the pens in his pockets. Like, everything was destroyed. I felt so fucking bad about it. Yeah. But I stayed with him and helped him up, and like, we ran to the assembly area together. Yeah. But I felt, oh my God, the next day we're doing the next iteration of it. And I'm there all kitted up and everything with, 150 pounds of shit. Laying there waiting for the plane to take off, and Merritt's there on the ramp pointing to me and laughing with the other guys, like, oh, that fucker over there.
That's the one. That's Sky Shark. Yeah. He's the ringleader. He's the ringleader.
Falcon. No, he was nice about it. He was like, well, jumper has the right of way.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But yeah, good dude.
Yeah. No, he hit me on the back, and he was like, how you doing, Ranger? And I was like, hey, Sergeant Major, like, how'd you know? And he was like, devil recognizes his own. I was like, what the heck, man? Awesome, great. It was like a morale boost anytime that guy was around somehow. Like, it's like, and he's a thing of legend. Like, he was
a CSM. He'd love to go be a saw gunner on a fire team. Yeah, right then and there. Like, go do it.
Oh yeah, there's still whispers in the cages of him, probably to this day. I haven't been interacting with the organization a couple years, but that's It's pretty incredible. Yeah, but that was the guy. That was the whole thing, man. Like these interesting people. To me,
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I am in the Hall of Fame locker room. There's like these incredible people. Like, oh man, that guy was in RRD when they jumped into, like, you know, I guess like before Rhino or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, that was the guy. Like, wow. Like I don't like, you know. And then anytime my guys would be like, you don't belong here. You don't belong here. I was like, yeah, right, son, I don't belong here. You say you don't want to be here? I'm like, no, I'm looking around and. You're telling me I don't belong here? Yeah, I don't belong here. I want to belong here. Like, how do I belong here? Show me. Teach me how to belong here. Because, man, I got the dog shit smoked out of me every single day. And it was not an isolated incident for Mortars. Like, I might be up here and people watching at home be like, oh, you know, you a woe is me guy? Like, you know? I'm like, no, I'm just talking about the event as it was objective, not subject. Well, why is this happening to me? It happened to every Mortar guy there, and it probably happened a lot worse. Or so they say, the guys before me, you know, and I respect that they say that. I wasn't there for those generations, but, you know, I saw something ugly in the past, like a very brutal way of breaking in soldiers, and I can see a lot of, like, young guys in their early 20s just dead in their eyes. Like, they almost had no will to live. They didn't care. And it almost made them the most dangerous person on the battlefield, because you're like, that guy is going to send it on any enemy, or not enemy, opposing force, I would say. You know what I mean? Because it's so complex. War is so complex. I started getting away from calling people the enemy and be like the opposing force. Because sometimes they're the opposing force, and sometimes they're like, oh, you're doing a joint operation with this force that was like this group of people that was somewhat questionable the other day.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like so unknown, I think. But yeah.
Back to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So first deployment.
Yep.
You're up on this mountaintop that you had to take a 47 to.
Which, I'm not.
First deployment to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
You were telling me it was a small fob. You had to fly.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. We had it wasn't really like a mountaintop per se. It was like we could see Alexander the Great's castle from there. It's very tiny. It was like, you can see some urban areas around. We land there, very small. I don't want to say, man, this thing was like, if you ran around it in a circle, less than a mile. Probably maybe like a third of a mile if you ran one lap around it. I don't really remember exactly. It was tiny. So yeah, we get there and it was a blackout fob. And I've heard about blackout fobs, and I was like, man, my first deployment, I'm a blackout fob. Oh no, like all these guys are at CAF and they're at BAF, and you know, like they're all these places. Like I want to be, but I was kind of glad I wasn't in those, like near the flagpole. You grow up in 375, you're at the flagpole, so when you're deployed, it's like your vacation time. You know, you're away from everything. So yeah, we deployed there to this area. It was like kind of winter time. It snowed. Got smoked a lot. Went out on target. Not as much as I would have liked because I was new. We were kind of had the section with us. The second section is who I was a part of, near a line platoon. We kind of conducted operations with the line platoon, and we also conducted operations supporting the line platoon. Because I remember one day we had we pushed out like a Hilux, which I was like, well, this is cool. My friends are in like a Hilux. And we pushed out a Hilux with a 120, and we are gonna go support these guys as they move through an AO. And I was like, wow, we're actually gonna use the 120 after like these guys in basic, like, you will never use the mortar. You know, you'll just be stuck on a fob and all this, like, you know, stuff that maybe they were exposed to.
Yeah.
And we rolled out on a little Hilux, and then I remember like the section leader being like, hang it. And I was the AB, and I had a 120 round in there. And he's like, he just sits there, and I see my section leader just go, and I'm like, dude. And he's like, no, just keep it there.
And how much does that round weigh?
30 pounds. But 30 pounds up here,
right.
It's like this awkward thing. And if you drop it,
It's going.
It's going. And it's cold.
Right.
And you're not allowed to wear gloves as a mortar. Like, it's like written in there, like, you don't wear gloves because if you
The
drop
mortar
it.
creed.
Yeah, if you drop the mortar round, your glove can get caught inside the cannon. And then when that happens, like, you know, something could ignite. It could go down. If your gloves are stuck, like, you can rip your hands off, your fingers off, anything. Like, the list goes on. Explore the studio space. I don't want to find out, cool, but I don't really want to find out if I lose my finger. So he had me sitting there for a while. And then we pulled it out, and we didn't fire it. And I was kind of like bummed, like, dang it, man. And then they were like, all right, pack up the ammo. And I'm like, man, I was the new guy. And I think I was so cherry that even the next private was like maybe had 2 or 3 deployments on me. And this is my first.
Yeah.
So it was like, and a lot of mortar guys just didn't go to Ranger school during that day. They were like, why am I going to go to Ranger school?
They're even more bitter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just going to go kill dudes.
Yeah.
Like, why miss the deployment? Because mortar guys were on BPs sometimes with a saw or a 240. Like, they didn't care about the mortar. They're like, I need to get away from this and go do that, and then I can be, I'll carry an extra, Mark 48 on target. I'll do whatever. I'll carry a ladder. I'll do anything. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the way our guys were. A lot of guys would reclass, become an FO, go do something else,
right?
Or become 11 Bravo. And so, yeah, that's just kind of how it was. Like, I remember my first deployment, and then, our strike force actually ended up killing a lot of people. A lot of opposing forces and people that obviously stood against the interest of U.S. foreign policy, and so they were removed from being alive, I guess. And yeah, so that was a fairly successful strike force, I think, and it was pretty cool to be around.
Was that Afghan strike force?
Yeah, we were, it was a Ranger platoon. We did have Afghan partnership unit. It was called Afghan partnership unit at the time. We did have them co-located with us, along with some other glowing entities that would partner with us on target. That seemed like they had nothing to do with the DoD. So we would go on to these objectives, and it was interesting because I got to see a lot of guys who had you could really pick their brains without picking their brains. You'd be like, this is the place to be. You knew it was the place to be, but it's probably my duty to tough this out and try to make this better. It could be better than this. We need, this mortar platoon, where fate has led me to, needs to be at the level of prestige and lineage that I see in this line company, that I see in these guys that I see. We need to be... the enemy needs to, or anybody who opposes us needs to be in fear that, that there is this element out there, such as us.
What was Objective Aries?
So Objective Aries was something I wasn't directly a part of. But a lot of people, because I had gone through RASP 3 times, a lot of people that I knew were affected. One guy in particular that I went through RASP with was killed. And 4, members of the strike force were killed, and many people were wounded, very seriously wounded, where they either lost, some appendage or eyesight.
Was this the Mascal event?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember when this happened.
Yeah. So that was a very hard-hitting thing. There was a lot of lessons to be learned from that. I did see a lot of guys across the battalion trajectory changed. I seen a lot of guys after that, hang it up.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of here, man.
You want to describe briefly what happened on target?
I don't really fully know or understand everything that happened on target, as I understood, and I don't know exactly how everything started. I just know that there was a lot of IEDs there. There was a call out maybe being conducted. I know that somebody squirted, maybe a HVI. When I say squirted, I mean took off from the objective, kind of trying to flee coalition forces, but it was like a pre-planned route where I guess he might have had some indicator on the ground showing him the safe passing across the IED belt. And what you call the interdiction team tried to interdict the assailant and started producing casualties from that, and also I guess somebody on call out. I guess it might have been a female holding an explosive device initiated that explosive device somewhere outside the breach, injuring people. And then QRF was called. Members of the QRF were also injured. Many people were injured on that objective, and it hit really close to home. And I remember we had a ceremony when we got back for the Rangers that we lost, and I remember seeing some friends of mine in the front row, missing their eye, missing the legs, and like I broke down crying, and I know I have like nothing to like be sorry for, but I remember telling them like, I'm sorry this happened.
Well, putting their names up on the rock, out there in the field, and the parents, it's stuff.
Yeah. So like, but that's something that every guy, you kind of make peace with that. When you every time you set foot in the direction of the objective, you've already signed like that contract of your life. And that is something that, even if I'm like, that guy's a douchebag, I don't know if I want to talk to him again. If I see him at the bar, I might be like, all right, man. Like, because you have that common bond.
Right.
Like, all right. Like, and even if that guy maybe screwed you over, you might be like, all right, man. Like, I at least know that maybe, like, you signed that, contract, that nonverbal contract to get on the bird. Like, you're gonna, and that's something I used to ask my guys because of that event. I used to ask my guys, and they come in, and I was like, hey, say the creed, and fully understanding the hazards is my chosen profession. I was like, what does that mean to you? He's like, I could die, Sergeant. I go, no, that's not what that means. That's like probably like if something does happen to you, that's probably like a very easy thing that could happen to you. I was like, but you could be maimed and disfigured and live the rest of your life disabled.
Right.
And you don't know if anybody around here cares about you. You don't know that. Because there's so many people, they leave the army and like, you're like, oh, hey, like, he left the army. It's like, he's dead to us now.
Right.
And then sometimes those guys, they're just isolated. They do kill themselves. And I've known plenty of people to do that.
Yeah.
And I've known plenty of people that, you're just thinking like, oh, happily ever after, because he was so excited to leave. And then, maybe he leaves, he gets out from under the army, and he's like, oh, there's some things I miss about it. Sometimes you see guys come back through RASP, and you're like, whoa, you're in the army again? Like, what? Now you're like an E6, and he's still like an E4 or something,
Yeah.
You're like, wow, how did that... You came back here? Like, I'm trying to leave. They should have called me first.
Yeah.
Like, things are getting bad.
Yeah.
No, not
It's
necessarily.
like life
but-
working at Chili's just wasn't what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and it's not just that. I mean, even for people who find like successful careers afterwards, it doesn't offer the same stuff that camaraderie and that mission. There's nothing that compares to it on the outside.
Yeah. And you're probably sitting there like, man, I miss my friends.
Yeah.
To an extent.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, me personally, I only got out of the army in January. So I'm still going through it and still going through the whole transition process and figuring out everything I want to do. You know what I mean? And, and the cool thing is like, I'm still somehow loosely in contact with these guys.
Yeah.
And I made somewhat of an impression where guys who are still in call me for advice. Guys, like, I'm not even in the army. I'm like, am I the shadow governor of this mortar platoon? What's happening?
Right.
Get it together.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But because of that, that's a good segue, because I kind of started this thing with a couple buddies in the mortar platoon where we kind of started calling like what we were doing Task Force Vermin. So Task Force Vermin was kind of like, I remember this one guy got like a Banksy tattoo where it's like the mortar rats with the, got Banksy tattoo. He's like, yeah, man, we're the vermin. I go, you know what? Like, I was into street art and stuff, so I was like mad because he bit on this like famous artist, like street art. I was like, dude, we can't use that as the logo. I was like, screw it, everyone's already doing it. We might just go with it. Right. So we got like this Banksy street art mortar rats thing inside of an orange diamond, and we're just like, hey, Let's just be this decentralized mortar company where you got guys at 175 and 275 and 375. Let's stop competing and all the BS. Like, let's just share AARs with each other and be like, hey man, we're the only guys like us.
Right.
Let's bring it in and be like, hey, what are you having problems with? What are you having successes with? And that kind of became a thing. And then once we really started kind of that thing, I think there's a lot of good crosstalk and people coming into their own off of that. But that's a little bit later on. That really hit. And
that's pretty cool.
Got to prove that in Syria.
What was it like then as, time progresses, like you're getting exposed to the Special Ops Task Force, all these like OGA partners, all these things that you're learning, being exposed to. You deployed several more times to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
What were these deployments like? What was your impression of the war as the years ground on?
I mean, I remember my first deployment being like, the strike force was being very kinetic. And I remember my second deployment being like, we didn't do anything. I think somebody like rifle butted somebody in the head really hard, and that's it. And then like, my third deployment, I was a team leader because I went to Ranger school, and I do have a Ranger school story. We can get back to that, but I was a team leader in my third deployment, and we went out all the time, and you might have been out in country for like 90 days or more. He did like over 100 missions, and that was pretty crazy. We got to do a lot of stuff that was like really really interesting too. Like, we had some Taliban facilitator that was also running the ANA checkpoint, and we knew that if we would have rolled in with helicopters, he would have known they're here for me.
Right.
So we just got inside a Marine convoy and rolled out and balled them up under the guise that we were Marines.
That's cool.
And so, like, we had I remember, like, I think the guy who actually made contact and actually blasted this dude in the face, like an overhand right, it was like this big behemoth of a medic that we had. Just a big dude, just ran up there and was like, bop, cracked that dude, took him, put him in the bird. And also on that deployment, I got in a fight with a detainee who was a part of a near-peer intelligence agency. We just had like some guys switch out on mid-rotator, so I had sent one guy home because he was having a baby, and so I got a new assistant gunner who had just graduated Ranger school. And 100% offense to the Navy SEALs out there, this kid probably should have been a SEAL. He was like turtle surfer bro. Like, oh yeah, Roger, sorry.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Nice hair.
Yeah.
Croakies.
Yeah. And I told him, I go, hey man, so what I've been doing every time we load on this bird, now they're not the Afghan partnership unit, they're the Katejas. I was like,
the KKA.
Yeah. I was like, so the KKA have been cutting the flex cuffs to a lot of detainees, and the detainees complain about the flex cuffs. I was like, hey man, so keep an eye on them, because I don't know, I've been telling these line guys that this has been happening, and they've been kind of writing me off, not caring that I'm, doing spot checks. And I was like, so hey, help me keep an eye on them, And so while I'm clipping in, just pay attention, and then while you're clipping in, I'll pay attention. And so I'm clipping in, and next thing I know, I have hands around my shoulder straps. And I'm thinking like, oh, this is probably like a squad leader or somebody, or like one of the crew chief guys going, hey man, move over. I need to get to, because that's usually what happens. I look up, it's the detainee. And he's pulling on my kit like, I'm going to pick you up and pull you off this like bird.
Holy shit.
So I was like, you just fucked up, because I'm a very good wrestler. I'm a grappler, I'm a fighter. Fought like a majority of my time in the Army. And so I hit him with a blast double, shoved his hips up against the top of the bird of the 47. 47's taking off, and now I'm like this. I got mortar gear on me, man. So I'm heavy, and my mortar cannon's going, whoa, like this. And I'm like, crap, man, I'm going to fall over. So I immediately powerbombed this dude onto the floor. And all the line guys are like, what's happening? Because they don't get it. Like, they just think I'm just crushing this detainee, you know, and I get mad at my partner, you know, because he's space case over there, like, whoa. I was like, get his legs, you dumb motherfucker. And like, he grabbed his legs. Cause I used to train my guys. I was like, when you go to detain somebody, one of the best things is if you see a guy fighting with the other guy and we're working upper body, take his legs off the ground. Now you're going to take off his center of gravity. You're taking off, like, don't help me up top. Grab the legs. So he actually paid attention to that. I was like, grab his legs. Grabbed his legs, we flipped him over, and I remember I was like dropping elbows on this dude too, because another scary thing is like, I also knew just by growing up that Iranians,
who's your Ayatollah now, bitch?
they're very good at wrestling, and the people from this country are very good at wrestling, and I respect that. We used to have one come over to wrestling camps from that country, and so when he rotated his hips when we were on the ground, I go, this guy knows how to wrestle. And I was like, finish him, just get him, you know? And so violence of action until he stopped. Dropping elbows, Donkey Kong punching the crap out of his head. And I was like, flex cuffs in his ankles. So my guys back there flex cuff his ankles together. I get his feet together. I flex cuff his hands to his feet. And then I turn around and I have the base plate on my back, and it's like touching my ass.
Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Yeah. So I have a, well, not the base plate like full, but it's a cannon with the base, the auxiliary base plate is underneath the 60. So it's only like 3.6, but this thing has little spikes on it.
Yeah.
And it's durable enough to take, charge one with the, so we flip him over, and well, he's already flipped over. I already said that, but we flex cuff his hands that are now already flex cuffed together. We take those hands and flex cuffs on his feet, essentially hog tying him. Then I sit my butt with the base plate on the back of his head, and I just ride like with holding on to him all the way back to the fob. And the platoon sergeant's like, hey, what's going on? And this, that, and the other. And I said over the radio, I was like, I'm going to have to fill out a sworn statement. That's all I said over the radio. And so, like, I was like, grab him by his feet, and we dragged this guy out of the bird, and we gave him to the T-Haw guys in the van. And then later on, they had some, the AAR and stuff like that. And the AAR, they show the picture of the guy on target, and they show a picture of him at the T-Haw. And I had busted his orbital socket open, his eyeball was hanging out of his head. And I was like, oh, my goodness. And I did my sworn statement, nothing came of it. But it was like a crazy experience because I was like, dude, is this guy trying to like rip a grenade pin off of me?
Right.
Is he trying to grab my weapon and shoot? And that was my explanation, because I was like, look, there was no way to, I couldn't like draw a 9mm and put it to his head. It's going to go through him maybe, or a slight and miss and hit somebody on the bird. So you have to do it all with your hands. And combatives, using martial arts like hand-to-hand combat to be able to detain and restrain this person. And I was totally in fear for my life. And I was like, oh man, this bird, I'm just waiting for like a pin to go up. I was waiting for a pin, a flash, and then the lights go out.
Right.
That's what I was waiting for. And so, that was like probably the big takeaway there. And then like going to the 5 board was another sweaty situation there. Like, my first actual NCO board, but I already had that board in RASP. I was like, hey man, I went to a sketchier once and whatever. And I think that was like my third, and then like a few other deployments down the line, it just became Groundhog's Day. Like over and over again, I'd go to Afghanistan and I would just look at Afghanistan, like sometimes go back to the same outstation that I was at the year before, or that, you deploy every few months sometimes, or extend even further than you were before. It wasn't always very consistent. But you go back to the United States, and then you go back to almost the same bunk that you're sleeping in.
Right.
And like the first day I wake up in that bunk, I'm like, was that all a dream?
Yeah.
And it's very strange because it's like, was Afghanistan a dream up until that point? Because like I wasn't really doing any day operations. Yeah. All my operations at night, it was just green people. You're fighting green people.
Living in a green world.
Yeah, green world.
You're
like
living in a green world.
Yeah, it's like Stranger Things, the upside down.
Yeah.
You go ahead, everything's green, like something like that. Yeah. So it was like very surreal.
Yeah.
And like when you're constantly in this revolving door.
Yeah.
Going back and forth to the United States, Afghanistan.
And if you were doing like 100 ops in 90 days,
Yeah.
you were doing back-to-backs where like you were going out,
Yeah.
you know, coming back, doing it. Somebody was doing a strat debrief and you were going right back out.
Yeah, doing a follow-on.
Or attack debrief, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rest over day,
Yeah.
rest overnight, different things. You know, luckily I didn't have to do too many of those like movement to contact things, but they like the regiment at the time, they got really into offsets for no reason. Like I went from like, hey, we're landing on the Y, we're landing on the X, to for no reason at all, we bring you the 30K offset.
Right.
So like, you know
Right.
what I mean? It's like the battalion commander came out and was like, prior to the assault force conducting call out, no banger was thrown. That is a 5K offset penalty. Repeat, wheels down.
Right.
You know, and you're just like, dude, what the heck? Like, why do we have to do this?
For the people who might not be familiar with like the technical jargon, landing on the X when you're flying into an objective, landing on the X is landing right on the target. When you're doing an offset, it's generally at least one terrain feature away, which in Afghanistan can be a long fight. And they're doing it, or they say they're doing it, to decrease the profile of the assault force, so you're landing behind a mountain so they don't hear you, and then you're walking in. Yeah. But like you say, it can be a long fucking walk.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, on that note, let's hear about the Nangarhar offensive.
Okay.
'Cause I mean, like we were talking before the show. I wrote about it. You know, I obviously know way less than you or anyone else out there did.
Yeah.
But I wrote about it at the time, and pissed some people off because I kind of called out some of the leadership that planned that thing.
Yeah.
It sounded like a mess.
That was a very frustrating thing. And just going into it, just being a mortar. So 375 mortars have already been conducting cross-border operations into an area controlled by the Islamic State in a different country by this point. So they were on their way home, and they diverted that aircraft to Bagram. Those men would be like, if you're a mortar, get off.
Holy shit.
So they just finished their rotation. Now they're going to roll into this thing. Now when they get there, they have like all this knowledge and this stuff that they could like add to help, you know, like, hey, this is what I learned over here that's very successful from a mortar standpoint. And then you had like some leadership there that maybe were a little cocky, or maybe, you know, they sleep at night with their West Point certificate or something like that, you know, and they go, West Point certificate says don't listen to the mortar man.
Drool coming out.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at a guy like me, I don't look very educated, obviously, so like clearly, and like, you know, like they're probably incompetent, you know, but it is what it is.
Enlisted swine.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't look like I belong in the country club. You know what I mean? Or the certain barbecues. But so this guy, these guys like, you know, hey, what about this? Can we do this? I'm like, no, mortar, no, go away.
Right.
Like, you know, and
Like,
so
I studied the Civil War in depth.
we don't need this.
Yeah.
Like they like.
So what was the concept of the operation? What were you guys even attempting to do here?
So concept operation, put it very generally, is like kind of like a movement to contact clearance of an area where they assess, like the number that they sent out was like, guess what, man? There's over 9,000 fighters in this valley. You're gonna die. 100% you're gonna die. Like that was almost like what was being put out. Like, and then like all these like guys were doing ridiculous stuff, like shaving high and tights in their head, like for moto, and they were doing high. And this is like a little bit more relaxed standard crew of dudes, and our mortar guys had just come from an area where they were definitely relaxed standard with beards and like, you know, wearing MARP hats, and now you're coming into this like, okay, let's get your hair cut, you know. And so like we were kind of like, hey man, it makes sense to have like, you know, maybe 2 M Razors and 281s so we can like walk the guns and do bounding overwatch and be all cool. And because like our guys at this point were really into this like not defensive op mortars. This guerrilla
Right.
warfare,
Yeah.
mujahideen, like hit and run mortars.
Right.
That's like what we were training in the
Like maneuver warfare.
Yeah.
yeah, like we want to be in a hide site, send this, move to the next hide site. They go back to the hide site we were, go, haha, tricked you. Now we're shooting our old hide site, stuff like that. Just trolling people in the battlefield. It's kind of where our guys were. We were shaping, and then I don't think they had any idea of that at the staff level.
Pins on a map, men.
Yeah.
Pins
Yeah.
on a map.
Yes.
So they go, no, cool. But how about this? All right, now hear me out. You walk, right? You walk, all right? Sound good?
Am I
Like,
right?
No. I don't get a vehicle. No, man. You get a walk, dude. It's awesome, right? All right. Instead of an 81, we'll triple the weight and give you a 120. And you got to carry all
Bigger
the
bang, man.
Yeah,
Bigger bang.
goes further,
Yeah.
dude. Chicks dig the
safer.
long
It's
ball.
safer.
Yeah.
Everyone's safer.
Everyone's safe. It's cool, man.
Yeah,
And
they'll
then-
hate it when they get
Yeah.
it with the 120.
And we're gonna want like your MFP to be like over here in this compound or something, man. And we're like, all right. And it's like, if Chevy Chase made like a mortar vacation, this is what it would be. You know what I mean? So it's like, the 3rd Ranger Battalion Mortar Platoon goes to Nangarhar. What kind of crazy mix-up will they get involved in? You know what I mean? It's just like, man, it was a complete shit show. And I remember like we get out there and man, we set up and I'm looking around at this thing and the compound that we took over was riddled with holes from Dishka. And I go, I wonder where these holes came from. And I looked up all around and we're down in a bowl.
Right.
We're surrounded by ridgeline and there's DFPs all along the ridgeline, DFPs. And we're just like, this is where we do the Custer's last stand, And we infilled before any line platoon. And we were like, first one's in, last to leave. That's what we were. We were out there flapping in the wind with less than 20 guys, definitely. Because I know we had like a small group of ODA guys with it, very small, and our mortar team was very small. And a lot of our guys, like our senior level was pretty okay. Like our staff sergeants on the ground were pretty experienced. But it was like such a gap. Like we
Yeah.
had our staff sergeants, and then, hello, private, this is your first deployment.
Yeah.
And we had some guys that didn't want to be there. Like, I don't want to kill anyone, sergeant. Like that type of mentality.
Really?
And we're like, you're going to have to
Yeah.
if
Do
you
you
want to
wanna
make it out
live?
here.
Wait,
and I
these
ain't
guys
kidding.
were in Ranger Battalion and they came in. Why did they go to Ranger Battalion?
That's a question
That is
that I try to
insane.
ask, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
And I mean, obviously, the officers who planned this out,
Yeah.
because as the NBN
Yeah.
showed us and many other operations, that fighting out of a bowl is very
Works.
Yeah.
successful.
Works
Yeah.
every
Yeah,
time.
it works every time.
Yeah. It was like, let's kill those guys off. Like, I'm really tired of them. Put them over there and kill them off. So like you feel disrespected. You
Yeah.
feel real
Because they're
disrespected.
using you as cannon fodder.
Yeah.
Is what it feels like.
And they're not even listening to you, like as a direct support or as a support element.
Yeah.
not accepting the
that
consultation of their
knows
NCOs.
that you know your capabilities.
Yeah.
You have combat experience.
Yeah.
And for these officers who don't understand your capabilities,
Yeah.
to not listen to your input in the
Yeah.
in the implementation of you as an asset.
Yeah.
I can
Well,
see how you felt insulted.
I felt insulted because but I also kind of understood because you could have like a real bonehead sniper, right? And I'm sure you met some that are like, wow, dude, how's this guy a sniper? But like the chain of command, like you'll be like, excuse me, sir, here's an expert plan. And he goes, you're a mortar. Get out of here. Sniper goes, I think this will be like, they act like every sniper's Boba Fett.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, wow, show me that gun again.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's so long. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, anyways, like, that's what it seems like, right? Like, they give the benefit of doubt on people as if their occupation or whatever their OpCon task is a steroid that suddenly makes them good. And then if you are a subject matter expert, if you're like the actual chief of smoke there, and they're like, we don't care.
Right. You're a gun grape.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And, part of that I also understood was like, maybe this is because of like the generation before me. And I'm just going to have to break some tackles and get through this and keep doing my job and stay in my lane and do what I need to do to prove them wrong. And,
So how did this op unfold as, the rest of the element, hit the ground?
yeah, so one of the companies hit the ground finally while we were there sweating our asses off. I want to say the real feel was like 136 degrees is what we were told by weather. Yeah. I mean, you squish on your helmet and water would come out of there. We were wearing tan tees and shorts at the MFP, like just say, screw it, man. We're not going down for heat cat. We'll take a gig for uniform, but not heat cat. And so first group of guys go through and they're clearing through, and it's like, man, I don't even think they could clear everything. There was so much to do, and the pace is like go forward, go forward, go forward. They're getting paced out, and there wasn't like established foothold, established flot, hold flot maintenance, flot clearance, established. Like there was no bounding overwatch. There was bounding overwatch intermittently of like maybe like a company minus, but that's it. It didn't seem reasonable, even from our standpoint. So then like another group of guys, another element from the Ranger Battalion gets on the ground, switches out with the previous element. They start clearing through. And at some point in the operation, they start taking contact. And everything's, like, from what I understood, is going pretty good. And mind you, there are Ranger Mortar men also attached to these guys. A lot of them Winchestering 60s. One of my teams only fired 2 rounds. And the discipline in that heat to be like, we're going to fire 2 rounds. All right, that's good. We're good. And not Winchestering your rounds and being that much Ranger discipline. I put those guys in for a award, being like, dude, you brought back ammo. Like, good job.
Yeah.
Because they had to carry guys out of there. Guys that were passing out.
Yeah.
Record numbers of people heat catting.
And you're saying that you would have expected a spendex because
just get rid of dump,
just throw it into the wadi.
Yeah, just dump it out and
exactly
and get
throw
out
it in the wood line.
Yeah. And so they went through. Before that all happened, there was an incident, which you might have written your paper, and they probably snuck out the way because of one key incident, which said, well, everything would have went well if this didn't happen.
Oh, the heat casualty where they got overrun and they had to leave the equipment behind.
No. The plan was good. This is like almost like, I guess, what the narrative is.
The PR.
The plan was good. What happened is that an Apache pilot, our Apache gunship, had strafe support by fire line. Nobody was injured from that. Like, there were wounded Rangers from enemy contact, but nobody was actually like directly wounded other than from what I understand, and I'm not a guy who knows exactly every single detail about this stuff, but there was guys who probably experienced some type of traumatic brain injury from being lit up by a gunship. Mm-hmm. And so once that happened, that guy was in the vicinity apparently where the kit got laid behind.
Gotcha. I remember, yeah.
And so that became the narrative, like, this is why the operation wasn't successful. And so it was kind of like a pawning off of, I guess, responsibility.
Yeah.
I think there's like a number of things that could have gone wrong, even with when the plan is right.
Right.
That's a difficult terrain and environment to fight in, especially as small of an element you are. You think a company or something, or company minus, is like a big group of dudes. It really is not. Not in a valley that size when you assess that. You have,
9,000.
9,000 guys, or
enemy,
however many they said. You know what I mean?
I was told that like everyone was like a heat casualty at that point in the operation, pretty much.
Pretty much. There's people on the QRF to them that were actually supposed to backfill them. They weren't even QRF at first, I guess. They were heat catting on the bird.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And then, so we're out there while these guys are in the valley, and they finally, like, their commander was on that radio, sounded defeated. And I couldn't really blame him. But he was on there going, like, we just need to get out of here. And then the battalion commander going, you have every asset at your available. Drop it. Drop that building. I guess they were taking fire from some heavily fortified position like a castle or something like that was very structurally sound. They were hitting it with everything except for 120s. And while all this gunfire was going on, we started taking indirect fire at the MFP. And I heard a boom, like a quick little pop from, like, I can't remember which valley they were in and we were in, but I know, like, let's say west and east, and this assault force was in an east valley, and I heard the pop in the west valley. And we're like on the corner of both valleys. I hear pop. I'm like, I know exactly what that is. And like, I started like getting down low and slow.
Yeah.
And I look at the Joes, and it's like their first deployment. And I've always explained this to them. I'm like, all that incoming, that's for Ranger School. That's a Ranger School thing. Because if you yell incoming in combat, that's recon by fire. I fire a mortar going, I think the enemy's over here. Then I hear, incoming! I know the enemy's over there. And I know roughly how many. That sounds like a company. You know, it sounds like a platoon. All right, cool. And that's like using observation, audible observation, to detect where your enemy is. So I'm getting down slow, and I look at this kid, and I'm like, you might want to get down. And he looks at me with a smile on his face, and I start laughing at him hysterically, because I'm laughing at this shit-eating grin he has, because I'm like, this kid's about to turn into pink mist, or I am. And I'm trying to decide which one's more funny. Is it more funny if I explode into pieces and my body parts go on top of him? I was like, I hope my freaking genitals fly right into his face when I get blown apart and wipe that shit off of his head, and it just scars him for life. Like, that was like me at that time. Like, you know, just my angsty, crusty Mortar NCO in me. And I was like, yeah, man, like, I was like, looking at him like, get down. And then, so anyways, we hear a whoosh, mortar fucking round coming in, and that kid goes, finally, he puckers and gets down, jumps in this hole. We dug some holes around there. Our MFP was disgusting, by the way. What they decided, there was mounds of shit. There was mounds of ball hair that the Afghans had been shaving off and putting in piles. There's razor blades.
The Afghans shave ball hair and keep it in piles?
I guess so. There was ball hair everywhere, piles of shit everywhere. There was bees, so many bees. Not the bees, but yeah. So it was a really bad MFP.
Bees and ball hair.
Bees, ball hair, and piles of shit. That's like lions, tigers, bears, oh my. But like try to put that in a sentence. Say that 3 times as fast. But yeah, it was pretty disgusting because they had like a little shower area there, and then like there was a drain, and all the ball hair would come out the drain and like pile up. It's disgusting. So that's where our MFP was, and I was like, dang, man, like a mortar's just going to blow all these razor blades everywhere. But so we took some mortar fire, and luckily that first round was a dud. Some dirt kind of flew over the compound wall. Got on the radio, and we're like, hey, we're taking effective mortar fire from the West Valley or whatever. And like the only thing was like dead air, like, Roger. So anyways, line company, what's going on with you? You know what I mean? We're like, fuck, dude.
So my first year at West Point, let me tell you this story.
So while we're out there, then they make a call to get all the line guys out of there, start bounding out of that valley, and that's when we search and traverse that valley with a bunch of ordnance. Like, we just dropped everything on there.
That was what I was going to ask. Is they said you said they were taking effective fire from a fortified structure, and it had been hit with everything but 120s. Yep. Were you guys within range? Were they just not calling you for that?
They just weren't calling us. It's like we were just another forgotten thing. Like, why'd you put us out here? Why have we been out here for multiple days, and all that? And people might get mad about me saying anything like that, but it's like, maybe it's a lesson learned that you haven't heard yet, and it's probably pissing you off because you know it to be true, and it's a change that you can make when you reach that position in the planning to actually go to those subject matter experts that handle that weapon system and say, hey, we're thinking about placing you here. Are you okay with that? Or do you have any RFIs regarding this location that we have selected for you? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, anyway, they were getting out of the valley, and I had some buddies that told me, like, dude, we would just like look over our shoulders and just see like scorched earth, because we were just like dropping rounds on everything, I guess, and didn't actually get to see it. But
so you guys were covering their movement, with the 120s.
Well, yeah, we're covering their egress.
Did you guys have FOs calling that in, or were you just kind of like, this is the FLOT, this FLOT, and we're
we were using the eyes of an air asset.
Okay.
We had air asset go over and put us on a grid, and we started prosecuting those targets from there and decided the length, width, and depth of the target area and just search and traverse to give ample enough fire suppression, fire superiority to ensure that our guys could safely and quickly exit the combat area.
Do you know about how many rounds you guys went through with the 120s?
At least for that particular moment, at least one kicker box full. So a kicker box full of 120 millimeter rounds. I don't remember exactly how many off the top of my head. I know we had dropped the speedball and then shot some more. But yeah, we sent, I thought like, yeah, man, at the time it was a decent amount of ordnance, but like later on in my career, it's just the amount of ordnance I ended up firing made that look like child's play.
What was the AAR for this mission like?
I don't know. I don't even think I got a piece of it. It was almost like, so the thing for us is like, we were left there when the Bravo company got out of there. We were left there, and they were kind of like, "Oh, hey, weather's rolling in. You guys are gonna have to like, defend in place." And we were like, "What?" And they're like, "Or pack up the mortar stuff, whatever you have." And we're like, "Dude, we don't have a forklift, and we're expending all this."
And you guys were like a mortar section plus? Like
Probably less than a real mortar section. Like we were, it's kind of hard to say because we were not a real mortar section. We were like a hodgepodge of guys like, grab what we have. You're coming from this country. You're coming from this country. Meet in the middle. Get on the objective, and we're gonna tell you what to do. And so we had like a bunch of junior guys that they pulled from the States.
Right.
They're brand new. Like these guys don't know what they're doing.
And the leadership left you there to defend in place while weather rolls in.
That's what they said.
Right.
And then we were kind of like, are you in a little bit? ODA dudes, are you in a little bit? And then we got an aircraft to come in and get us. And they gave us like 147 to get us on and get out of there. And then what was weird is I think we were leaving the valley, and it was like almost like 3 a.m. by the time we got out of there. Like everything else is daytime. Everyone's heat guys. Now it's like 3 a.m. We're finally getting out of there. And it's like 3 a.m. and we hear this like, and we're like, that's not the time that's supposed to happen. Mm-hmm. And then we saw an Illume round go over where our old, where we were earlier. And I'm like, dude, that just has to be on their target list worksheet because they've shot up that compound. They have to, they're like, the only place these U.S. guys can be is in this compound. So they probably go back to known, likely, and suspected. And, they probably had a guy on that loudspeaker calling something in or something. I don't really know. But it was like a thing that everyone's like, can we just forget about that? Can we forget that happened? And then a lot of guys did end up like, I'm going to SFAS. And they did. Yeah. Right after that.
Well, it's interesting that you say you weren't part of it after action review.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder if one ever happened.
Yeah.
Because the Army has a habit of when operations go really bad, they don't do an AAR.
Yeah.
No data, no problem.
Right. Right.
We didn't collect that data, so it didn't happen.
The op was classified. We can't have an AAR.
And there may be like platoon internal AARs about the operation that they initiate on their own. But did the task force itself AAR the mission? And I would be interested to know the answer to that question.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure that there was something that was like a very small crowd. I think like if they would have had like the whole crowd there, it would have been like a town hall meeting. Well, how come I had to,
right,
some guys just standing up randomly yelling stuff that, couldn't articulate it very professionally.
Some motherfuckers thrown out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it probably happened in the small meeting, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm sure something happened. I mean, they had to do their own little investigation and everything like that.
It hit the press here stateside. I mean, not just from me, but others also writing about this mission.
Yeah, it was a very interesting time. But it seemed like a shift for the mortars from there.
2016, this happens.
Yep.
You get back home, 2017. What are you hearing about Syria around this time frame?
Well, it was like our guys, our mortar guys over there doing very good work. Because we have like a lot of good guys in the mortar platoon that were just like, like a fork is not just a eating utensil. Like it can close a circuit. you can kill somebody with a fork. You know, there's like, I can look at that device and turn it into multi-use. And that's the good thing about not having an identity for a while. You start having these guys who are just like, I'm cracking open every manual and I'm becoming the page master, you know, and learning this stuff. So we're learning back now. We just switched out with another battalion and we're getting like some information from them and we're staying on them and we're starting to go, okay, now this time it wasn't like we didn't have a small team of guys jump the chain of command and then go with a prestigious JSOC unit and cross-border operations. Now we're starting to conduct a training cycle with a JSOC unit.
Based around that mission profile. And yeah, so we started doing that, working that in, and then getting information from them, kind of things that we would face. And you made it sound a little earlier like almost like these mortar teams were like becoming like the Viet Cong, the way they were operating.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of like that, except for instead of like
conical hats.
Yeah, we just kind of like we're sitting in lawn chairs and shooting, and it was kind of cool. So. And then what we had to train for was like, hey, this is kind of like what we're going to be doing. We're going to be operating, taking over safe house. Safe house most likely going to be overrun. This is their most likely course of action. This is the most dangerous course of action. Let's train to the most likely. Let's train for the most dangerous. Let's have all of our TTPs in place, all of our contingencies in place in order to facilitate success based on these courses of action that the enemy may take in this environment, this like heavily non-permissive environment. And so certain things that we were doing, we're getting like extensive training on javelins. We were getting extensive training on other types of weapon systems that would be advantageous to us. Things to disable drones, things to like other weapon systems that we might not have been very familiar with. To us and our partner, our like sister unit that we were working with that was at a higher tier. And it was kind of funny because I was a like heavy weapons qualified guy, and the guys from that particular element were asking me like, hey man, do you know how to do this? And I was like, you don't know how to do this? I was like, all right, yeah, this is how you do it, man. And I would like, give a fam on how to run through the procedures to fire certain weapon systems. And it was kind of fun. It was kind of neat to be up there, and it was a good kind of like learning experience. And then, then we went forward. Yeah. And so,
going forward with those guys, were they different in the sense of they respected your experience and familiarity with the weapon systems, so you would be actually a part of the mission planning process?
Yes. And the crazy thing is like, I'm talking to this guy, like, I don't know what your rank is, but like, you won't tell me your rank. You're just telling me to call you your first name, and like, so I'm calling you your first name, and like, I'm just like, yeah, so man, you do this and you do this, and he's like, man, like, that's really good. I'm like, wow, I've been in this abusive relationship.
Right.
Like, who are you?
Right.
Like, who are you?
Wait, what's going on here?
Push my hair back. Like,
yeah,
what's going
you're
on?
kind of flinching. Like,
do I look
okay?
Is
it coming? Yeah.
Like, when's it gonna come? Like, dang, man. Like, this is positive reinforcement. He's listening. Hey, Les, what do you think we should do here?
Right.
What? Okay, fine. Thanks. Yeah. It's like, is there a problem? No, no one's ever asked me that.
Right.
I've always wanted to do this.
Right.
Yeah. So that's kind of what it was. It was like there would be some type of operation that we were heading to. Like, hey, this is the objective that we want to go take care of, and they kind of be like, hey, what do you see? What position? Does this position work for you? It was a very mutual, like, it wasn't like, hey, you're going to be here.
Right.
It was like, hey, man, does this look good? I don't know what that thing does, and then you're like, okay, yeah, I could do that. And then I would talk to them about, hey, man, like, what if, we wrangled all the cattle and put them in the pen, right? And then to get more bang for the big bang, like more buck for the big bang, now we can strike it. Like, I was like, let's fix them. Stop trying to get me to shoot guys in the open.
Right.
I just want to corral. And then we started developing these certain ways and systems to really increase the effectiveness of our lethality, or effectiveness is lethality. Just increase our lethality and effectiveness.
Yeah.
Because the thing was, it's like, what ended up happening is I believe during that run, out of all teams, my team was probably the most successful in conducting those operations. And that was largely because the team that we were involved with, as you guys know, there's personality differences across all the teams in certain JSOC units. And luckily, the team that I was with had a personality very similar to mine. They actually the team members called me like the team whisper, the team leader whisperer. There's a name of the team leader. And it's like, you're the so-and-so whisperer because he only listens to you. You know what I mean? Because this guy was like, I'm kind of known for kind of being a bit of a wild card kind of guy. You know, where I'm kind of like, I joke and I can be like kind of playful, but like also switched on. You know, and so I remember one time I was instructed to destroy bridges along the Euphrates River. So I demolished several bridges. And then the SDF goes, oh, no, we need the bridge to cross. And I was like, all right, we'll get you another bridge. So we like built these like whatever stupid bridges to cross this river and at a certain point or stream. And I was out there, and this is before I got pushed to the other team. When that guy's like, that guy's on my team. And then we had our good personality thing. I was like, you tell me take out a bridge or take out the bridge. I put a new bridge in, forget about it, whatever you want. You know, I was just, he's like, dude, you're funny. I want you on my team because like I'm in combat doing this type of stuff, just having a good time. I'm usually the guy, I guess, when things were really bad, like I could say things and act in a way to uplift the rest of the guy, whereas I guess the morale, I would elevate the morale. It's really all about morale, and that's why I take more pride in not like, do you know how many people I killed? Or, no shit, there I was, and I steadies my aim, and I racked it one time right there. It's like, I don't really care about that. I cared more about, like, you know, hey, this is a tough job, and I want this place to be more of an enjoyable place to work, and I want it to be a place where guys can be proud that they worked instead of miserable and just dead inside when they leave this place. You know what I mean? Like, and so, yeah, it's pretty interesting experience there. And then, you know, you're probably going to ask me about...
Well, I mean, just sort of a big picture. The scheme and maneuver over there at the time was, I mean, you guys were running in sort of an unconventional warfare campaign, if I understand it right.
Yeah.
JSOC guys, you guys doing indirect fire, and the SDF. And this is just part of the overall campaign. You guys are pushing ISIS back towards the river.
Yeah. So the SDF dudes, like, it was pretty cool. It was like anytime I met an SDF element, I would like almost like joke and act like a stereotypical Hollywood American on purpose. And they knew I was doing a bit. Yeah. And I'd be like, toe the line, maggots, you know? And they'd be like, "Ugh." And I go, what's your name, son? And, you know, but I'd be like, you know, I'd be like, Navi mean less, Navita Chea. Like I would then say it to like translate so they know that like, okay, this is what I'm actually asking you. And I get the name of all the guys. And then I'd be like, you know, like pat and motivate them almost in a way to where I would like just kind of jokingly, and then I'd go out and then conduct these operations. And a lot of times they'd be like our security, our escort through the AO. They would clear out areas to make sure that there were no mines. Obviously, we had our multi-purpose canines and our EOD guys that also facilitated that. But they were a very good partner for us in comparison to what I was used to seeing. And it was just funny that like after a while of engaging with these guys and kind of, you know, interacting with them on a human level, like these guys, like I would walk up in a group of guys who was like drinking chai. They love chai on the flat. And I'd walk up and they would like stand up at the position of attention. And like, whoa, hey, you know, like I was like, well, that's kind of cool though. Like I haven't even met these guys before, but now they're like standing up at position of attention. Like, you know, now there's like whispers going on, like, hey, that's the guy who's like pretty cool, you know, like. So that was like pretty interesting to go through that. And then eventually, I would say that, so there was this thing called like Syria.liveuamap.com where you could track day by day what was happening. And I was using that when I was there. I would go on open source like that, and it would almost collect open source for me. And I would look, and I would like shoot mortars, and I would see like a Twitter post or something from an ISIS guy, and it would be like, oh yeah, they missed. They were like this far off, and I was like,
to the east, yeah.
got you now, you know, and then, you know, or something like that. But like, you would see, like, the map has different colors. Like, this is the SDF, this is ISIS, this is whatever. And then you would just see us roll tide and move down all the way across the thing. And it's funny because, like, you know, we were at a Fort Benning, so all that roll tide and war damn eagles like a thing. So we were just saying all this stupid stuff. War damn eagle, roll tide, like all this stuff the whole way. Because I'm from the Pacific Northwest, so none of that stuff really jived with me. So I thought it was comical.
Right, you were looking for a latte everywhere. Right?
Yeah. I was listening to death. Oh no, I was listening to Kurt Cobain, riding a kayak because it rained so much, sipping a freaking frappuccino on my way to work down there as a longshoreman and a librarian. You know, yeah. So like. Yeah, I mean, we push, and then I think like a very decisive moment that I was like really proud of, like operationally, was when Topka Air Base and Topka Dam.
Yeah, so walk us through that.
Yeah, so there came a night where we were posturing to conduct operations south of the Euphrates, behind enemy lines.
Right.
You know, we're going into the Hornet's Nest, and it was almost like we're gonna draw straws, man, and who's gonna do this, pull off this little operation, you know? And I was like, no drawing straws. If it's ridiculous and you're gonna die, I'm gonna do it. Like, so I always had the mentality of like, if the sergeant major was standing right there and say stack on that door, and I'm not the first one through that door, I'm gonna feel real bad for anybody who gets injured inside. So I think we had like multiple aircraft. Maybe like 5 aircraft spread across, and we had about 5 lifts. And
These were Ospreys?
Nope. They were 47s. There was a report that said Ospreys, but they were definitely 47s because you can't fit a Hilux on an Osprey. Sorry. So we had these. They were going to tell us, like, hey, man, you're going to, like, take all these SDF dudes and you're going to load them on the aircraft, and then you're going to go behind Topka, a very populated city with skyscrapers and like thousands of people living there, and they're armed to the teeth, and they're very angry, and they're very desperate, and there's a lot of foreign fighters there too, you know, and you're going to go across this, and we're going to fly you, and you know, they might have anti-aircraft guns, and we're going to go over the Euphrates, man, and you're going to be inside this Hilux that's like ratchet strapped down to it, you know. And let me tell you, like, okay, I don't even know where to start talking about. Okay, I'll start talking about how the Hilux is kind of organized in this aircraft. So you can only have one Hilux in there.
Per 47.
Per 47, as we're flying across. You might be able to fit 2. We didn't chance it.
Right.
So we had one in there, and they said, okay, you got to load all these SDF guys in there with you. Now, I had some R5s. I said, well, have any of these guys ridden in an aircraft? Have any of these guys been in blacked out conditions? I was like, well, I have a problem with them being armed. And they're like, well, how do you suppose that? I was like, we either put the guns there first or put them there first and get the guns over there, because I don't want an ND while I'm inside there.
Right.
Especially with as many people as there are, or we have them like locked up and we break the lock once we get to where we're going. They went with the option of, at the end of the day, at the end of the lifts, now they'll have weapons, which is like, dang, man, we're going to leave these guys out in the wind. We have to conceal them. So this is a very difficult operation. And to this day, when I think about it, I was like, I'll wake up in the morning, like not in like sweats, like I'm having like a PTSD, like fever dream.
It's
I'll
like
wake up
anxiety.
I'll wake up like this, like, dude, that was such a bad idea.
Yeah.
It was like a what did I do last night? Like to this day, randomly, I'll be like, what? I'm not against it, but like, dude,
Yeah.
what was that? So, you know, and I'm not the only guy, but while I'm doing this, I'm by myself, essentially. So what my job was to sit inside the Hilux. The Hilux would be ratcheted down to the floor of the 47, which is this big bus of a helicopter. Some people call it a Chinook, but it was a very special Chinook. We would be in there. There would be the SDF guys in the back in the bed, and there would be some SDF guys in the vehicle with me. And now all the Hiluxes were manual shift. And that's a very important thing. that they're manual instead of automatic, and you're in blacked out conditions. So one thing is these are up armored Hiluxes too. And when you're on the 47, the skin of the aircraft is not enough to open the door. The window, since it's up armored, might only go down an inch or two. And you're probably not going to kick out that glass. So I'm like, we're going over the Euphrates. If this thing goes down, I'm drowning. I'm dying. If we get shot out of the sky and somehow we survive, I'm at least going to die inside the Euphrates or Lake Assad. So I guess it crosses the mind of like one of the crew chiefs, like, hey, you might need this. And he gives me a bottle of spare air. I'm like, what's this? He's like, that's 10 minutes of air in case you go down. I'm like, so suffer for 10 more minutes?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, in this, like, I'm not getting out of this if we go down, man. And so the difficulty is, there's a number of difficult points, right? Because now I'm getting up in the sky, and there's a guy next to me trying to flip the lights on the whole time. Like, whoa, what's happening? He has no idea we're in the sky. He has no idea we're airborne. This is a guy who's never flown in a plane, never flown in a helicopter ever in his life, and doesn't speak the same language I am. And I have to be like the rude American, the brute that's like, get your hands off, don't touch my radio, like, I'm like, dude, like, don't touch that because you're going to flick on these lights and we're going to be, compromised.
Yeah.
And shot out of the sky, and then all those, like, revelations, they might come true, or... anyways, we'll get to the other side, and what people don't understand is, like, some people don't even know how to drive stick, especially from my generation. You know what I mean? Like, I drove stick, but I don't drive stick all the time. So I'm like, yep. Luckily, I've been driving manual inside of Syria to this point, so I was like back to being used to driving. But the thing is like, you have these big twin turbine engines on a 47. So you can't hear your RPMs. And you can't see your RPMs because you're blacked out, like, completely. And, maybe down the line we had a better solution, but, like, think on the feet, we didn't have a solution to how do we illuminate this dash and get to where we need to be. So you have to turn that car on, and then you can't even tell if it's on. And then you have to, like, okay, am I shifting into, first gear, second gear? What's that? I got to go off the ramp. I have to look at this guy to tell me, hey, you're clear. Shackle's clear. Go, go, go. You drive off, and now you're off on your own with a bunch of, Kurdish guys in your vehicle, and you're driving through Topka towards Topka Air Base. And drive off and park the car, leave it neutral, car running, and just say, you're on your own. We'll be back. And the way that I cleared mines was I would just run down my tire tracks back to the bird. And so I'm like by myself in a very like crazy environment where there's still a very large ISIS flag visible from where I'm running from, like running past like this huge like, dude, that ISIS flag was like what you would see it at a football game. Like that's how big it was.
Like the open source intel has not updated quite yet that you're there.
Yeah, exactly. And we're running back and forth, and we do this a few times. And then the last time that we do it, I did it with a forklift. So I infilled with a forklift. So this is like
what's the forklift for?
To bring the kickers full of ammo and weapons to them. So I'm driving a forklift back and forth to the same bird that's just sitting there while there's JSOC guys on the bird watching me with their rifles, like hanging out, like, dude, like hurry up, And the
Get that forklift moving.
Yeah, the good thing is like, and then I left the forklift there. The good thing was I was a very fast runner, so some of the guys were like, "Dude, you run really fast." Because the guys I was like hauling ass back to the bird, I was like, and I was probably faster than I ever ran in my life because I was like, just get the hell out of here because I'm all by myself, really. And I brought the weapons to those guys and dropped them off. Then we headed back, and then so I'm thinking like, we headed back to our staging area. Where all of our mortar stuff is and everything, and then my team leader that was in, with that JSOC element, he comes over, he's like, Les, we're gonna hit it now. And I was like, well, dude, we're doing the damn now? Like, I thought I was gonna be able to take a nap or something. He's like, nope, we're gonna hit it now. So that was like an all-night affair. That's like, you're tired, you're kind of sleepy by doing it, and all that, those wind sprints and kit and all that, and then I get back to wherever, and we drive out to the dam. So we're simo hitting the airfield and the dam the same day.
Holy shit.
And on our way to the dam, man, it was like one of the most epic things I've ever seen. And maybe guys seen it in Iraq, like in the start of the Iraq stuff, like, but it was all out war. It was like you're seeing bullets flying everywhere, all over that city, trying to shoot things out of the sky, trying to shoot across the river, trying to shoot from the dam towards our position as we're driving in. We're seeing HIMARS like, boom, buildings just goosh, aircrafts, boom, bombs from, and then marine artillery going off, doosh, explosions everywhere, gunfire everywhere, vehicles crashing. You're like, dude, this is pure chaos. And we get to like our MFP area, and he's like, this dude who was a sergeant major was like, Les, it's your show. Go inside that vehicle, talk to the guys in there, tell them what you want. And dude, it was like freaking a Rainbow Six video game. I walk in there, there's French dudes in there, there's Brits in there, and then I got my dudes with me. And then there's some Air Force dudes I trained on how to use a mortar. And I said, guys, this is the game plan. I said, okay, let's go. Let's put it in effect. We put the game plan in effect, and it was very successful. We were dropping rounds on everything. There was like, and this is like my joke with the SEALs, is because there was a river crossing with Zodiacs similar to that other.
Yeah, we've
guy
talked
with
about it
Zodiac.
here, yeah.
There's like 2 SEALs or something that had come into country just to do this, fill these Zodiacs up. And they like, they had all these like SDF special like commandos with them that were crossing the river. And then I remember being on like a radio or something, like talking and being like, hey man, like what's going on? Like you guys stop crossing. They're like, kind of like stop in the middle. And the guys had said something like, hey, like the water level's like really low. Like we're having trouble moving the boat. And I was like, can you get out and walk? He's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, get out and walk. Like that's how funny it was. Like the guy was just like, all right, fight the plan. You know, like, you know, the plan was get across on a boat. It's like, no, dude, fight the fight.
Right.
Like if you can walk, just walk across. And so at whatever portion that they were at where they did make it and it got shallower, there was still water, but it's like they were able to walk, which sucks too because it was very cold, the water. And those guys got across. And I remember what people don't realize is like the level of like technical proficiency that was undermined about the mortar platoon. Like I go back and I'm like, I cannot be that smart again. I cannot be that much of a multitasker. Because what I was doing was I had my controls on a drone. I was flying a drone, controlling at least 4 different guns, giving fire commands to 4 different locations, tracking 4 different locations of enemy movements, while also keeping an eye on like this other element that's like crossing the river. I'm like, okay, I need to support them with fire at this time. Hey, you know, number 3 gun, lay on, blah, 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 blah. Take 2 gun, 8, at my command, 3 gun, stand by, 2 gun. All right, hey, target of opportunity. We have an armored vehicle moving into this intersection. Lay on to this intersection located at, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, roger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me know when gun is laid. All right, okay, that vehicle's moving at 45 miles per hour from a south to northeast azimuth. He's going to be at that intersection about this time. I have a 56-second time of flight. I need to fire roughly about this time. 2 gun, go hot at 01 or like, you know, 0645. And then like, boom, he fires and I slew back my camera over here to the SDF commandos that are moving up the beach trying to go hit some, to secure like some causeway thing. I don't really know all the terms of everything, but they were going to secure their objective and I had to make sure they were safe. And like, you know, it was almost, the funny thing is like, we were like the snipers going like, hey man, like I got your 6, you know, like in the movies, but instead we're shooting mortars while these guys are bounding through.
Yeah. And unlike in, you know, past conflicts, you're watching it in real time on the drone feed.
Yeah, watching it in real time. And I'm seeing rounds impact across the river from where I'm standing. So then like, I'm like, fire, boom, boom, boom. I'm like, oh, this is going to be sweet. Does he hit the tank? And dude, there was like one shot that definitely went through whoever the tank commander was and went through his body. And then whatever ammo he had in there went off. So it was like secondaries, and a rooster tail went through.
Wow.
And then the turret of the tank just popped off, like, pop. Just went off to the side.
Man.
And I was just like, I radioed another mortar team that's by. I was like, hey, you assholes, that one's mine. Like, I just said that shit, like, fucking with them on the thing. And they were like, yeah, you're good, man.
That's some crazy accurate mortar fire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was very accurate. We were very lucky. And that mortar was a newer system that I'm kind of like against the newer systems because I'm like, they put me on the John Henry on that. I'm faster, more accurate, more lethal. And we had a very specific way to lay in the guns to make sure they were more accurate.
Right.
But, yeah.
I don't need those newfangled sights. I can Kentucky wind it too.
But yeah, again, for people out there who don't understand anything about mortar systems, it's an area weapon system. It's not a sniper system that is designed to, like, almost never do you directly hit the target.
Yeah, like steel on steel is a great thing, but if you keyhole something with a mortar, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And our guys were getting pretty Johnny Roger on the spot with this system, especially doing it in real time in combat. And like every day, we would come back at the end and be like, hey man, like what is the smallest thing that we can fix in terms of like how we're doing this? Like, do we need to put a sandbag here? Does a guy need to stand on top of the base plate? Do we need to put sandbags on top of the base plate? Do we need to dig this out, dig this in, or whatever it is? Like, we were very proactive in like mastering the things. I mean, we even had a vehicle that the regiment had procured for us to carry the mortar system. And we said, this thing's a piece of shit because it doesn't drive fast enough. So we went in there, a bunch of us, and what we would do is remove the hydraulic lift system and place them on the backs of like pickup trucks or put them on other vehicles, trailers and things like that. Other teams out there had like various things that they did, and it was like a really cool, like, to see like, hey, this is what we came up with and this is what we were doing. And just seeing like the success like spread across all. And
It's a little view into perhaps the future of war.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it in Ukraine now, like two guys with anti-tank weapons scooting around on an ATV, hopping off, blowing up a tank and rolling out.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was like during that time period when we were out there, it was kind of like, yeah, dude, this is like the new thing. And it was always something I always read in the books, because something I always like read in the book, there was always like, you go into these manuals, and a lot of people don't read the manuals. I'd be like the guy's like, I'm going to read the manual. And it'll be like, the mortar is actually used as a reconnaissance element. And I'm like, really? How? Tell me more. And I'm like, this is how you use the mortar for recon. And I was like, now we're looking at RF signature. We're looking at all of this other stuff. And I'm like,
oh, so you pop them and then you see who comes up on comms?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
We pop and see who comes on
recon by
comms.
fire.
And then, recon by fire, exactly like we were talking about earlier. And then I would be like, hey, there's a high concentration of signature from here. We need to start soaking that or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's like very interesting how we would take it into the 21st century there, I guess.
Out of curiosity, like what was the mortar section? What was their trajectory in regards to battalion at that time? Because again, like when I was there during a peacetime, mortars, people respected them a lot, because even on the old systems, like when they, in a tactical situation, when they were supported by fire, like they'd get that mortar in position and they would be on target like that.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe it's because it was more sort of light infantry operations at the time. And then in a CQB world, mortars aren't really like seen as needed.
Yeah.
But now you're back into this open terrain fighting.
Yeah.
Like, what was your trajectory at battalion, and were you guys getting more respect?
Yeah, we were getting a lot more respect and a lot more like, hey, so we have this near-peer fight thing. Like, you know anything about this? Like, how are we going to use mortars in a near-peer fight? And we started discussing that we already had a strategy for that. Because I was always training my men. I was like, hey, man, the enemy, they may have a capability of some type of aerial reconnaissance and maybe some type of aerial asset. So we need to figure out a way to disguise our movements from these aerial assets at the MFP. And we came up with some good strategies to hide from them. Which is funny because you would see some of these strategies pop up on Instagrams by like, hey, be the gray man or survivalist people. And you're like, dude, like we already had that like, 5 years ago. And now this is like, hey man, I got an umbrella with some stuff in it. And you're like, you know.
So this the Tapka Dam and airfield. I mean, how many rounds do you think you guys fired that night?
I have absolutely no idea. I know that we continued to adjust fire for about 36 hours, and this is starting like after I already did the air assault. As stupid, I hate saying air assault.
Air assault.
Screaming chickens.
A half mission.
Yeah, yeah, we halved into there. Yeah. So I think the news called it an airborne operation.
There was. It was. It was. I know what website it was. They said that you guys jumped in.
Yeah,
I remember that.
and I was like, all right, whatever.
Did you get a mustard stain on an air assault badge?
I got a mustard stain and an air assault badge, but because I was eating some glizzies. But that's it. For the young generation there, these are hot dogs. Let me explain to you, Jack Murphy.
Jesus Christ.
By the way, I was joking with Jack Murphy the other day that he has like this action hero named Jack Murphy, and now he wears this like 1980s like service uniform sweater in here like he's Mac Bolan.
A little Sean Connery action.
Yeah. It's a Chad Thundercock name.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
Yeah.
I told you, a guy I know, he calls them Mac Bolan novels Chad Thundercock novels.
Yeah.
So, tell us about the Manbij offensive then.
I'm not very like up to speed on that, but that was while I was in country, and we had we were, like I was saying, we were roll tide down there towards the Euphrates, towards Topka and Raqqa. We were moving pretty fast, steamrolling ISIS, and that was largely just because of the SDF. It's not like I was out there like Captain Morgan with my leg up in an M16, like, I single-handedly defeated ISIS. You know, I'm only talking about my contribution to the fight and how I'm proud of all the people I serve with that continue to contribute. But during this time frame, I think that the country of Turkey found it advantageous to start to impose their will on the northern sector that was under the control of the SDF. Now, Turkey has a history with Kurdish forces and militants. So they had their reasons to conduct operations there, whether we agreed with them those reasons or not. And we obviously did not agree with those reasons, so we had sent a contingent, I guess you could say, of strikers with these like badass American flags on the tops of them, and
USA.
Yeah, like born in the USA as they're rolling down to Manbij, and then I think honestly, Turkey could have really made an incident there.
Oh, it almost happened.
Yeah.
It almost happened where you had Americans fighting Americans, because remember, we're embedded on both sides.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very politically sensitive situation. And luckily, something occurred where we got to a point where we were able to draw the SDF back and, let them stay the course. But luckily, no crazy violence had occurred in that area in terms of USA on USA, blue on blue, blue on green, green on blue. And that's something to take note of, is that it has a very complex environment that we were fighting in. We had points of time where we were actually a couple mortar missions where we were supporting FSA. We had a couple mortar missions we were supporting SDF. Well, most of them were SDF. Then we had missions where we were fighting and combating the FSA. We had near-peer threats, near-peer elements within our AOs that got lost. We had partner country like SOF that would get lost, and luckily they were very cordial over the radio while they were getting almost punished by the enemy, like pretty badly. There were so many lines drawn. It was like, it's like a Lebanon mosaic almost that it was turning into.
An incredibly complex environment, and it's amazing that you guys navigated it as well as you did. don't envy any of the people who had to manage that shit show.
Yeah, it is like much respect to a lot of people who could, like, I don't even know who does that kind of thing.
What was that? I don't know if you were involved in the sort of end game, I guess you could say, but racing towards Raqqa, and moving along with those JSOC elements. What was it like as you kind of closed that distance towards that final battle?
I know the IED threat became enormously high. It was ridiculous, and they even had they would have some very creative solutions to problems that we were causing them. So I know, like, they had like a Dishka on a hydraulic lift that they could operate from an adjacent room, and they could operate it with like a PlayStation controller or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, and so they were in a fortified position.
Yeah.
This hydraulic lift could be able to peek that weapon system up and out a window and
then
fire.
did they have optics on that Dishka so they could
Yeah,
see what
they had some sort of like camera system or
Yeah.
something like that. They would also have a laser initiated AK-47 that was basically like a drone gun that'd be down an alleyway. You break the laser, the IR laser, and this gun would just start shooting at you down the alleyway in cyclic.
Now, could you see that IR laser if you're wearing nods?
I don't know. I never
Okay.
saw them myself.
Yeah.
I never encountered them while they were operational. But they had a lot of directional fragmentation charges. They had these crush wire, and it would almost be like a fishing net of crush wire.
Mm-hmm.
And crush wire is essentially like a plastic tube with two wires, and you step on the plastic tube. Like, the wire's so thin, it's hard to find it with a metal detector. And they would like put spray adhesive, roll it in sand, and now it's almost like
Right.
blends perfectly into
Right.
wherever you're walking. And I used to just tell guys, like, look, you do 0.5s and 25s. I would say, don't just do 5 and 25, do 0.5 and 25. Look straight down, look out, then look out again. And I said, I don't care if you just took a leak over there 5 minutes ago. Somebody crawled in there and put another IED when you weren't looking.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's honestly because you weren't even looking there. And they would have those things there's like, like those Alexa things that like are like a home thing that would like detect like your body temperature, and it would like raise the temperature in your home.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they would have that like attached to an improvised explosive device.
Yeah.
So you walk in a room, it could tell that there's a human somewhere in the room, and then it would initiate the explosive chain to destroy you with an explosive.
The diffusion of technology. When I was in Iraq, 2005, and then later 2009, the enemy had basically no access to night vision or thermals.
Yeah.
And see how much it had changed by 2017 we're talking?
Yeah.
Well, technology has gotten cheaper. You can get it all off
Yeah.
the shelf now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you buy, a motion sensor,
Yeah.
right? Send it to Amazon.sy or whatever Syria is, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean, and
Yeah.
get a Ring motion sensor or whatever. That completes the loop.
Yeah. I mean, they would have like the hydraulic lift of a dump truck to increase the elevation on a cannon that shot cannonballs. They try to shoot cannonballs at people. They would like have like a bunch of Mad Max stuff, like these Mad Max vehicles that were weighted down with a bunch of armor. They would have like M1 Abrams that you would see that I guess maybe they possessed from Fallujah that they stole from the Iraqi military. They would have Russian series armored vehicles. Some of the vehicles would have like extra bird cage on it with a bunch of sandbags placed in the bird cage for added armor. And that was like a funny thing. I was always told that a mortar can't destroy like a T-80 or something like that. And then I realized that if you smack the shit out of a Russian tank enough, once or twice, the armor's pretty strong, but like the brackets are not good enough for how heavy it is. The armor is, and then like the armor would just fall off, and then you can just smack it again. And I'm like, unless you keyhole that thing, it was like pretty much a sure shot. But yeah, there was all kinds of cool stuff. I got to use some ingenuity. Like I built a trigger for a SPIG 9 out of a 9-volt battery, and to make it more consistent, I attached the wires that went to the 9-volt battery to a light switch. So now I could like take like a little light switch you have in your house to fire a rocket from a recoilless rifle.
Yeah.
So that was like pretty cool. And
Yeah.
then, I started thinking like, I could probably put this on the roof, run the wire,
Yeah.
be in the basement, and then like fire it. And they think I'm up there. I started thinking of all types of stuff that I never got to do with it. But, I got to shoot many vehicles with it. And it was pretty interesting to have like this full-fledged like plethora of different ways to go about warfare. And to me, it was not necessarily like I gotta kill the bad guys. It was like, man, this is like a chess game.
Yeah.
It was like a really good chess game.
Yeah.
And I was becoming really into the tacticians and the tactical side and the maneuver piece, and not just like, because I was like, dude, I'm the quarterback. I'm in the seat right now. I'm running this gun line in real time and destroying a bunch of enemy guys. And I know my comrades that are on other teams are doing the same thing because we train together, and I trust that they're able to engage at a level of proficiency that I am. And that's not isolated to 3rd Bat. That's sharing information across the battalion. It's not withholding information, no competitiveness, looking at it holistically, like we need to come together and get a good plan because any one of us can screw this up. Mm-hmm. Where they say, we don't like those guys. Mm-hmm. Because it doesn't matter what battalion you come from, you're just Rangers. Mm-hmm. And if one of our mortar platoons screws it up, it's like, dude, we can't screw it up. So we held each other accountable.
Les, I mean, you came off of a pretty like epic deployment to Syria. I mean, got to living the dream from everything you're telling me. I mean, pretty badass, exactly what every guy hopes they get to do, especially a dude in the Ranger Regiment.
Yeah.
Came home, got in some trouble.
Yeah.
You did 11 years in the Army.
Yeah.
Didn't really leave on the terms you'd like
Yeah.
to. The term we use in the Ranger Regiment, RFS, or Release for Standards.
Yeah.
So you were open to talking about that.
Yeah.
You'd like to talk about that a little bit. And,
Okay.
And what happened.
Yeah, so I had one more deployment to Syria after that one, and then I was, just to bring it up to speed to the point where
Sure.
I got RFS, Then I went, after my next deployment to Syria, came home, I went through a divorce. And so that was like definitely not a good vibe. Mm-hmm. And then I went, and we did our MLAT. And on the MLAT 3rd Battalion, I jumped out of the bird and we went into the trees. Like our whole chalk went into the trees. And I hurt my back. It was a tree landing. I tried to climb down. I ended up falling off the reserve parachute. I fell like from a very, very high distance, like hit the ground so hard I jumped my radios. I had a 152 and a 148, and I broke them both on impact.
Oh my God.
And then I had also, my leg had went backwards, and I had tore my PCL in that. And so I Charlie Mite completed that operation, training mission, and then I was like, man, like my back hurts. I got all these bruises all over my back. Like, I don't know. And I'm like toughing it out. And like, while I'm going through that, I get a phone call from the Sergeant Major at 1st Battalion to my personal phone. He says, hey, we just lost our mortar platoon sergeant, and I need you to come to 175. And so I agreed to go there because I couldn't tell him no, but I was also injured. And I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna, and going through like the rest of the training cycle and then getting all the way over to 175 from 375 with that torn PCL was very hard. So anyway, like while I was there at 175, finally get there, and while I was there for like a short period of time, I'd only been there for 4 or 5 months, and in 2019, and I got pulled over by a police officer. He immediately came up to my car, asked me to exit the vehicle, everything like that. Immediately put me in cuffs, everything. Went through this whole ordeal that, like, hey, you have a DUI, or DUI less safe, because in the state of Georgia, if you blow a .01, you still get a DUI less safe, because they deem you like, hey, you didn't turn on your blinker, so you're too drunk, even though you're .01, you know. But that wasn't the case with me. The guy kind of sat in an area where he could kind of fabricate things, and so the painful process of all this is like me sitting there and going like, dude, I didn't do anything wrong. And I had to sit in jail for an extended period of time. And when I say extended period of time, it was like well over 12 hours, almost 18 hours in jail.
Well, now, what was the premise that he arrested you for? A DUI less safe?
A DUI less safe. So in the state of Georgia, like most states, it's like a .08 limit for alcohol. In Georgia, a less safe, and I'm not a lawyer, you know, but from what I understood it as I went through this process was like, even if you blew a .01 and they just said, well, you swerved out of the lane. So even though you're .01 is enough to make you not safe to drive.
And what was his reason for like pulling you over to begin with?
He said that I did not stop at the stop sign before executing a left turn, which wasn't true, especially according to the video footage and all the other evidence that came to light, because there was actual intersection footage as well. And anyway, I got sent, and I'm totally cool talking about this because I know there's a story like this across every generation Ranger. There's probably like 2 or 3. There's like some legit,
more than that.
There's like some legit like RFSs that go down, and don't get me wrong, like you can RFS on it. You don't want me in the organization? Fine. Release me for standard or ask me to leave politely. But there was nothing polite about this, to be honest.
So let's preface this real quick. That RFS is released for standards at Ranger Battalion or Ranger Regiment. And there are reasons, if a guy has a negligent discharge, there are reasons that people get RFS'd. But one of the really weird things the regiment has always had, because of the no hooligans, no brigands type of clause with the leadership, is that if you are in a drinking-related incident, which means that if you've had a drop of alcohol and something happens, you get in a fight. It didn't even have to be your fault if it started. But if you had a drop of alcohol and you get pulled over or you get in a fight or whatever else, you will be released for standards.
Well, even then, though, it doesn't, like, release for standards unless you're like an E7 or an E8.
Right.
Yeah.
It's for the Joes. It's not for
Yeah. And I was the exception to the rule because I was an E7. And the thing is like, so I get put in this scenario where I get put in a suitability board.
You got QMP'd, right?
Yeah, I got a permanent GOMAR for this, and I felt really frustrated because I noticed that there were several other members within my organization that received DUIs roughly around the same time I did, and they actually pled to a lesser charge, went to court, and they would get like these like no RFS, no GOMAR, RFS, no GOMAR. Or RFS locally filed GOMAR. Me, it was like RFS permanent.
They threw
GOMAR.
the book at you.
Now, it might not have been a personal thing. It might have been because this platoon, when I arrived there, was like in pretty bad shape. They were already in investigation for hazing, and half the platoon was liquidated as a part of that investigation.
And correct me if I misunderstood. Were you brought in because the previous platoon sergeant was fired, or he was killed?
He was killed in action.
He was killed in
and
action.
He's a Medal of Honor recipient.
Oh my God! Okay.
Yeah. So definitely, there's guys that highly revered this guy and respected him.
Gotcha.
And the crazy thing about this guy, I'm gonna say, Chris Salese wasn't even a mortar guy. He's a 12 Bravo, and so to come in and like as a non-11 series and gain the respect. Like I never met Chris Salese, but it's like obviously this guy like touched a lot of lives here and he's very respected. So like me, I'm like I don't want to let this guy down. So it was like another kick in the teeth for me. Is being like, man, I really screwed up coming over here because I failed at what I thought I was going to do. And so I went through this process and I got my knee surgery. I was like, dude, I have to get the knee surgery. I can't just Ranger on. I'm just like, screw it. Like, I'm out of here. Like, okay, I can't operate with the rest of the guys. They're kind of excluding me. You're becoming this diseased thing now in the battalion where now people like are almost pretending not to know you.
Right.
And
you're malingering.
And what sucked was I'm the RFS guy. I'm the guy who's only been in this battalion for a few months. Not many people know me there at 175. No, 375. I can walk into any room.
Right.
This one, it's like they see me coming. It's like shut the shutters because he's the RFS disease guy. And I'm not the exception to the rule. There's a lot of people that have walked that same path.
Oh yeah.
So I'm only explaining what I went through, and I'm not saying woe is me because in fact I actually found the at the end of the road of where I was is a very empowering experience of what I ended up going through, because I got my knee surgery. After my knee surgery, they took away my driving privileges. So I had to park my car off post at a grocery store. Many times I was able to get somebody to give me a lift onto the base, but many times I would have to crutch from the grocery store to the front gate, hand my ID card to the guard, put it back in my pocket, and then continue to crutch all the way to our AO. And it was roughly, I don't know, maybe about 3 miles. So like 1 mile to the gate from the grocery store maybe, and then another 2 miles, like give or take. I don't really know.
So the police didn't take your driver's license. They took
No.
your base driving privileges.
Yeah, the U.S. Army took my base driving, but I never saw a day in court. The people in like the state court said, dude, you don't have a DUI, and they screwed this up. Like there was no even probable cause.
So what was the Army's rationale? What did they tell you?
They said you did not submit to a breathalyzer. And I said, here's why I didn't submit.
Explain to me how that's against UCMJ.
Because, well, I never got UCMJ action.
That's what I'm saying.
They never gave me UCMJ action, but they gave me a permanent GOMAR,
Right.
which is funny because usually you get both.
Right.
So, and what people don't know, a GOMAR is a General Officer Memorandum of Reprimand.
It's a career killer, essentially.
It's a career killer. It goes in your permanent file, and if you're like an E7 or whatever, it's just like, sorry, you're done. You're getting out.
Right.
And not only that, there's no due process for writing GOMAR. You don't get to stand and be like, sir, it's their choice if they want to read your piece of paper that an aide will give to the general. And the aide is probably not even handed to him. It's just stamp. It's like, hey, make 5 of them permanent, make the rest non-permanent. You never know what they're choosing. I don't know how the process is. I've never sat on the other side of that desk. But, I was frustrated. I was like, dude, this guy's an a-hole, man. Like, I go back in time. I'm like, man,
Do you want to name the general that
I don't want
GOMAR?
I don't want to.
Because we can like,
well,
pay
what
tribute to him.
ends up happening later is like interesting. But like I didn't cover this earlier. Like my dad died later on, and I go, man, I sacrificed that. I could have gone up to 275, spent some time with my dad, but like selfish platoon sergeant made me come over to his platoon to 375, and like I recycled because of that, and I still stuck with it and stuck with the Rangers, even though that's a very disrespectful thing. I think that they did. I didn't hold a grudge against them, but now the grudge comes back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like. Now I regret that decision because you're doing this to me. And you're like, you don't realize what I sacrificed. And you're taking this from me. And part of it was I had this attachment with being a Ranger and being like, I got the laser. I got the knots. I got the helmet. It's like, dude, that's not who you are. That's something that you did. And it's great. And you can be proud of it and everything. But that's not like, it's almost like they killed you. They took your soul from you when you did that because you put your soul into it. And that's kind of like the bad thing about that. Is you put everything into it. And so I had to like take this freaking vision quest, man. And a part of like what I did to try to like tread water when I was there at 175 was like I started to kind of get a little bit better with my knee where I could kind of rehab it and stuff while I was there. And I was there almost like another 6 months after
they RFS'd you?
Yeah, after the decision came down to RFS.
Really?
Yeah. Until I got my orders and then acted on those orders. Because another thing, cheat sheet. If you're getting RFS and you don't want to report, don't report as early as possible. Report late, collect all your special pay before you go to the next step. Because I was like, well, I'm going to get all my special pay. I'm going to keep getting my demo pay. That was like my thing. So I'm going to wait till the last minute to report to my next duty station. And also, in order to hunt the good stuff, I was like, dude, I am worthless. And I feel like everyone's against me and everyone's telling me I'm worthless. I'm going to go where I'm appreciated. So I coached a high school wrestling team in Savannah, and I coached a wrestling program that was from kindergarten on up to middle schoolers. So I basically was doing kindergarten all the way up to seniors in high school. And I remember like at one of the points, like my team versus the battalion commander's kids team, and my guy just smoked the battalion commander's kid, and I was like, yes, yes, like get him, But like at the end of the season, like I mean, there's a lot of good moments there. I was like, man, I'm getting a lot, like in this moment where I'm like regretting service to the Ranger Regiment. Because at the time, like, I don't regret it anymore, but at the time, like,
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm very jaded, like, well, how could they do this to me? You know, that's my whole identity, whatever. And I might have said some inappropriate things to guys I know, and guys probably thought I was being like a sourpuss, and I'm very sorry if I said inappropriate things to people. I'm sure I did. For the most part, I did handle every situation quite professionally, or at least held my tongue. And I would just dive into these, like, you know, going in after work at like 1900 to wrestling practice and, you know, wrestling with these dudes and be like, yeah, I can't bend my knee, but I can show you this thing and like mentor you and get you to where you need to be. And, you know, I got a blind kid to win his first tournament.
Wow.
And his parents were like hugging me and like crying, like, I can't believe it, you know, that he's never been able to do this, you know. And like, there was like a little girl on the little kids team that was like, you know, everybody, like, you know, they ignore me because I'm a girl, but you didn't care. You just saw me as a wrestler, and you taught me how to wrestle with, you know, my body type, my physique, and how to beat people. And she was winning, you know. And, you know, I went through this whole thing, and by the end of the season, like, I remember there being like a couple guys from the battalion there that have kids that are in the wrestling tournament. And it was my last tournament of the season because these guys knew my, you know, other guys on the team, other coaches on the team, they knew. And I didn't have any kids. They knew I'm just total selfless act, you know. And they're like, oh, he's getting RFS'd. He's got to go over to this other unit. And so, like, kids that weren't even on my team at the end of the season, like, Coach Les, Coach Les, Coach Les, like, cheering, you know. And it was like, it's pretty cool because, like, I don't know, I felt like shit.
Yeah.
And it was like, you kids think that, like, I'm doing you a favor. But, like, at the time, I was like, you guys are keeping me, like, helping me keep it together.
Right.
You know? And it was a pretty intense moment. Obviously, like, I'm showing emotion right now regarding that because it still resonates with me as a very powerful moment. And then, I got RFS, and it was a long drive. It was like driving and just leaving Savannah, and like, I'm like, dude, I hope I never have to come back to Savannah again. And I was like, I can't even live in Savannah because I'll see that freaking parade, you know. Like, there's like 175 guys in the parade. Like, I'll be mad, you know. That's all since changed, but that's the way I felt at that moment. Like, dude, I hope I never have to see this place because I was like, I felt betrayed, you know. I felt like they took a future that was promised for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That you showed up there, that you went down there.
Yeah.
And then because you didn't have the rapport, because you didn't have the history there that you had a 375, that you just got thrown under the bus without consideration, it seems like.
Yeah. So I drove all the way to Kansas, and it was snowing, and it was crazy because it was like, here I am, like this depressed mess, driving through the snow, and I'm driving through the Super Bowl parade of the Kansas City Chiefs, and everyone's like, yeah! And I'm like, oh, I hate my life. You know what I mean? And I'm like, should have known. I'm a Mortar. This is supposed to happen, you know? Like, that's kind of like all these random conversations I was having with myself all the way in processing my unit. And, man, I get over to 1st Infantry Division, and I'm going to an armored brigade combat team. I'm going to be in tanks and Bradleys and stuff, with them, supporting them with the mortar. And I'm like, this is way out of my wheelhouse. And while I'm in processing, another buddy of mine that I went through RASP with is killed as an attachment to an ODA. And I'm like losing it while I'm going through, because I'm already depressed from like, everything was like chain reaction in my life at that point. It's like, oh, look, I have a career-ending injury that I try to, you know, muscle through. And by muscling through it, nobody cared about, like, that willpower that I had to muscle through that. I went through a divorce. I went through getting RFS'd, and like, oh, hey, you know, like, you're disposed of. And now, like, another one of my buddies is killed. Mm-hmm. And I'm not a part of any special operations unit. I'm like, and then you almost like feel like, man, if I didn't screw that up, and I'm trying to be accountable for myself. Like, how can I be accountable for myself? And like, the answer keeps rising. Like, dude, there was nothing you could do in that situation.
Right.
There was nothing you could do. Like, you didn't drink, you didn't drive.
Right.
Someone pulled you over, and they placed you in handcuffs.
Because they were trying to meet a quota.
Yeah. And
it.
they placed you in handcuffs, put you in the back of the car.
And then your unit fucks you because they're just
because it's like,
yeah.
well, he says, the company commander says, this is a zero tolerance policy. I was like, there's no zero tolerance policy. And in fact, in the blue book, because I wrote it like 3.5 times,
Right.
It says may be RFS, not must.
Yeah.
May.
Yeah.
Doesn't say must. The wording is very clear
Yeah.
inside of this blue book. And it is up to you. You may RFS me. That's 100% up to you. But I would like you to give me the benefit of the doubt and see how this plays out and allow me to continue as a non-commissioned officer, a senior non-commissioned officer in this organization. I think I can make it a better place. You know what I mean? And ultimately, that company commander, his words pretty much verbatim were, the decisions of the court of Georgia have no impact on my human resources decision.
Wow.
And so...
Wow.
So after they asked you to be there,
yeah.
they acted like they didn't want you there.
I felt like
Yeah.
it was like, man, I was like never here. Now I felt like I did make a small impact while I was there. I did a couple of training events. I did show some guys like some things, and a lot of things that you teach, a lot of things that you do, they don't last. They don't. Like a new guy comes in, he doesn't like the way you do it. Hey, that's stupid, whatever, that's fine. But I felt like I was making an impact, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I felt like I was making some headway there. And I was a very positive leader, understanding the situation that I was coming into and understanding that it wasn't the most ideal situation for a platoon sergeant to walk into or senior non-commissioned officer. So, I get over there to Kansas and, man, it's like almost immediately after, my buddy dies and COVID-19 lockdown happens and the military response was super difficult to navigate as a NCO. As an NCO that has already gone through, as an NCO who has no idea what an armored brigade combat team is or does. And being like, dude, I don't know what a Bradley is. I don't know what a 1064 is. Like, I don't know what any of this stuff is. I don't know how your mortars are comprised of. Like, I walked into the wrong building trying to in-process my squadron. And I was like, I didn't even know it was a squadron. I was like, this is called a squadron? Okay. This is the company? No, it's a troop. It's like stuff like that. I was like, dude, I don't know what any of this means. Really. I had tunnel vision. I was a Ranger, and that was my future, and that's everything I dedicated to. And so then it became like this thing like, oh, man, this is actually kind of pretty interesting because now, like, I know when I was in processing that squadron, all senior non-commissioned officers have to stand before the squadron commander and have a conversation. I'm standing there at parade rest. I look down. I see etched on the desk and like a plaque kind of thing on the desk. It's like, this is the same desk General Patton sat at when he was at this unit. Is on the desk. It's like, man, it could be BS, but at the time I believed it. Mm-hmm. But you go out in the hallway where it says like previous commanders, like Robert E. Lee was like the first commander of that unit. I was like, all right, there's lineage here. You don't have to think like this is trash. Like,
right.
The brainwashing that we get that like there's like stages to the brainwashing. Ranger Regiment, all those like every other unit is trash and insignificant. Every unit should be a Ranger unit and do it like us.
Right.
And then like every company is trash. Our company's the best. Every platoon is trash, and it all the way down to squad and team. Right. That's kind of how it is. And it's like, hey man, get rid of that. This is where you are now. I'm like, how do I make this kind of cool? And it was kind of funny because like, like Fury didn't come out that much like before that incident, this whole event that happened. And I'm like, oh, like there's cool stuff, like stories about, let me look at what this unit has done over the years. And it kind of delved into that. And I was kind of getting into, and what sucked is like you didn't really get to train that much because of COVID-19 and weird stuff. Like, hey, the answers were always ridiculous. Like, hey, you half the troop come in, and then the other half at home, and then you guys switch, but sanitize before the other guys come because you don't want to give your germs to them. Okay, now we got to go down to 8 people. Okay, only 3 people can do PT at a time. So you need to come into work and PT one soldier at a time in your platoon, and make sure he's doing PT. And then, hey, guys, go do the PT test. So go do PT. Bring one guy at a time to run around the track.
But if
And
you're with each soldier,
Yeah.
you're spreading the germs between him, and then to the next guy, and the next guy, and then...
Yeah, pretty much. And what was ridiculous, like I didn't realize in like the regular army, I would go and take like a platoon, and I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna have like some E6s, and I'm gonna have some like E5s. I was like, no, the gap was Sergeant First Class, Mr. Ranger Badass and Sandusky. Like, you know, and that's not what I'm like calling myself. It was like kind of disgusting how some of these guys would like look at you there, like, "Hey man, like, what did you do for PT? Can you show me how to get through SFAS?" And I'd be
Tell
like,
us what it's like to be in this shit, Sandusky.
yeah. So then like, but then you would have like private, just graduated basic, maybe one or two guys that came from a different unit. One guy who had limited, one like maybe like an E4 who had very limited experience overseas. Like he'd be like, I've deployed before, Sergeant, but like I don't know. I don't really know any of this stuff. And you see like these guys have gone through generations of dereliction of duty.
Yeah.
Not by them, not that they.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, I was like, this is my platoon in the Ranger Regiment. These defeated souls are me and my peer group. When I showed up I showed up to my platoon by myself. But I would see like the peer group that came before me, they almost absorbed me into their peer group. But those guys, I would like see like the dead souls in their eyes and be like, dude, you hate the Army, but I'm going to tell you, there's better places than this place. You can go to a different unit. You know, you can go up. I was like, you could like, word can make this unit real fun and real cool. You can go to another, you can go 10th Mountain, you know, and not be, you know, in maybe ABCT, you know, you can go up to 4th. You could do all types of stuff. And so, you know, I sat there and I took every moment I could to improve. And that was like helping me keep myself together. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things I did was I was like, I noticed a lot of these E4s were like E4 Mafia guys that were like dodging NCOES schools. So I was like, you might be dodging NCOES schools, but I'm going to make you do the NCO job. You just won't have the NCO pay. Because I was like, here's what's going to happen. You're going to be like, well, if I'm doing the NCO job, I should be getting paid as an NCO. Mm-hmm. It's really not that bad, so maybe I should get my ass to the NCOES school. Maybe I should start bettering myself, improving myself. And I remember like one day, when I really initiated, like, because at first I was like really laid back, I was still kind of depressed and like I was defanged and declawed when I got there. There's no fire breather in me. I was like, yeah, you guys are probably right. It's all hopeless.
Yeah.
Don't be like me. Yeah. Don't write it out. It never changes. You think it's getting better. It doesn't. Just quit. Go AWOL. You know?
Nickel.
Yeah. Like I was
smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
A Swisher sweet.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right. One day I was sitting there and I'm like, no disrespect to like Cav Scouts, but yeah, all disrespect to Cav Scouts. So, you know, we're working with a lot of scouts nearby and tankers. And
They're
all these
basically
guys.
Special forces from what I hear.
They're better than the Rangers.
Yeah, yeah.
They were the Rangers before the Ranger. Why do you think Abrams charter? All right, so anyways,
you can't even say it with a straight face.
Yeah, like I remember like something happened. I was like, you know, I just had a buddy that got killed, and I did like the PTSD NCO freak out on these guys. Where I was like, all right, guys, we're going to talk about like something very basic: how to set up a litter, how to prepare a litter, We're not going to go too far into the combat lifesaver. We're just going to talk about litters. And I'm sitting there, and I remember like I kept seeing this kid. Like while I was explaining the litter stuff, like how to assemble, he kept doing one of these, like, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me, man?" I was like, "You looking at those guys over there? You checking out guys? Is that what you're doing? You looking at them over there? You should be looking at me. I'm the stud, you know." And I was like, I almost like went off. And hold on. And before I like snapped completely, I was like, I want you guys. Dress right dress, full battle rattle, all your combat gear, maintain social distance, information in this kill zone. So we were like in the whole troop operating facility. So all the other platoons, like scout platoons, were like watching this happen. And I was like, I'm trying to hold it together, man. I'm really trying. I was like, but when I come back, I'm going to come back when I let this demon out, and I'm going to let it out on all of you. It's like, be ready. And then, so I left. I put on all my gear because I know they're going to be in their gear. And like, I came out there like screaming and hollering. I haven't done this in a while. Mm-hmm. Like, I haven't probably done that since I was a corporal in terms of like going off on people. Like Staff Sergeant E7, I was kind of chill guy. I kind of got into more of that operator mindset, but it was like infectious from the guys I was working with at JSOC to like learn how they operate. They don't know to smash everyone with a hammer, you know. So I go in there smashing these guys, and at the same time I was kind of giving like a motivational speech, while also I was like, you guys are supposed to be the infantry. You're the poster boys of the United States Army. I was like, George Washington was a member of the infantry. You know, I was like, he ate leather shoes with wooden teeth. I was like, you're cut from the same fucking cloth. And I know, because you volunteered for this shitty ass job. And they made you mortarmen. Because they looked you up and down and they said, you're harder than them fucking 11 Bravos. You can probably put up with it. We can abuse you. We'll make you mortarmen. I was like, so stop sulking around, because when you joined the United States Army and you went in there and you swore with your right hand, or you asked the recruiter for a job, you didn't say him, can you make me a bitch? Because if you had, you would have been a fucking Cav Scout. You know? And I was like, you're better than them. And then I went from there, and then like, you know, we went on this very physical kind of event. Like, we were doing physical stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I was hurt still. I was recovering from a knee reconstruction, and I was picking up like the biggest, fattest guy and running up and down with him and be like, you can't do that. My knee doesn't work. You can't do that. You have to be able to do that. Like, we just, you know, getting in their heads like, I'm the old man and I'm crippled, but I have more heart than any of you, even though like you're these young guys. But I want to say, it's not a fucking steroid. I say, you see the scroll? Let me put it on you. Are you strong? It's not a fucking steroid. I earned it. It wasn't given. Nobody put that on me, and I became a magical fucking unicorn, you know? You can be exactly like me. It doesn't matter what unit you were in. It's like, it's a fucking mindset. That's how you're selected. So you need to start acting accordingly and stop being a defeatist piece of shit. It's like what I was telling these guys. And so I got on him. I got into that thing I was talking about. Hey, you don't want to be an NCO? You're going to get private pay. You're a special. Like, we call specialists like fourth privates. You know, they call them specialists, and those kids like, well, I'm a specialist. So I'm like, you're a fucking private. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
you're an untapped bitch.
Yeah, you know. And then, so I would be like, you know, this is what you're going to do. You're going to do this job. And the cool thing was, I was like, I might not be able to sit down and teach these guys Ranger school classes every single day, but I can make every single day a Ranger school lesson. Mm-hmm. So instead of getting Ranger school classes, I just indoctrinated them with Ranger shit in their life. So what I did was I went down to like Home Depot and I bought chalkboard paint. And I took all my desks and computers and shit out of my office, and I painted, and I made them paint the fucking walls. And I did help a little bit. And by saying help, it's almost laughable. I almost didn't help at all, but I did put some paint on some shit. I said, hey, paint all this. So they painted the whole office, wall to wall, 360 degrees with chalkboard paint. And I made it like a Ranger School planning bay. And I was like, all right, every day you're in charge of the timeline. You will do the timeline. You will learn reverse planning. Every single day, I want that up there. Every single day, I want weather and light data up here. You're going to be the situation paragraph, blah, blah, blah. And then once I see that you guys get a hold of that, we're going to keep rotating guys. And we're going to keep, continue to do different paragraphs of this op order, which will be rewritten almost daily on the wall. Now, when you brief your part, if there's no change, all you have to say is no change. But don't try to pull one over and be like, oh, no change. You're going to do the work. And so I had these guys, like, not even NCOs. Like, basically every day was like, you're going to live in Ranger School while I'm in charge, because that's the impact I'm going to make while I'm here. And, I mean, I did even other things where I was like, there's going to be an American flag in my in my office. So you walk in and you know where you are. You know why you're lacing up your boots every day. And I put some camo netting on like one of the walls to kind of make you're getting in like it's like, wow, it's like we're in a bunker here, kind of. And I remember I put like a map over the top of that camo netting, so the camo netting's background map is on a cork board, and I have different positions. I'm like, brief off that map. This is our area. Let me orient you. This is going to be our route to the range today. Blah, blah, blah. And these are like privates in the regular army that I was.
So you're basically teaching them like a 5-paragraph op order, mission planning process, all
without
that
telling them, hey guys, this is Ranger stuff.
Right.
This is an op order, and going all day.
Right.
I'm literally like letting these guys like.
Do we have any questions for Les?
Yeah. Let me refresh this real quick and see what went wrong. Why did something go wrong? Sorry, guys.
No problemo.
So we have a couple questions. Dr. Mad Respect, thank you very much for the Canadian donation. He said this should equate to about 47 cents US. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Canadian money, it's like Monopoly money, right? DJ Sneed, thank you very much for the donation. Let me see here. In a conventional war, how does the role of the 75th vary from that of the 82nd and the Big Red One, based on where the enemy is engaged?
Interesting question.
I've never served inside the 82nd. And really, I would say that what I've noticed is that Armor Brigade combat teams, they were very well trained in the defensive ops. Because a defensive op is like you might have a layered defense where you're putting in your mortar teams to kind of intersect and deny enemy ingress into the perimeter or flat line that you're kind of defending. And the way that our Armor Brigade combat team was set up at Big Red 1 was we would have different mortar sections or platoons at each troop, which we would call a company in Ranger Regiment. Now, what a Ranger really is at the core, in my own words anyway, is a partisan force that performs harassment operations behind enemy lines, whether that's disrupting enemy logistics, kind of like taking out enemy morale, or even area denial on the enemy. And so that's kind of like the mortars in the Ranger Regiment are mostly employed in offensive operations, where you have to your training is more focused on doing what we call hip shoots, which are, you drop that gun down on the ground, you shoot, you pick the gun back up, and you move.
Supporting the assault element.
Yes. And you could be supporting the assault element. You could be doing a special mission with your reconnaissance and sniper observation teams, where they're utilizing you in a reconnaissance aspect. It's like super multifaceted. Also, when you're in a brigade combat team, armor brigade combat team, you're primarily dealing with just 120s. And when you're in the Ranger Regiment, you have all three organic U.S. mortar systems. And like myself and others, you get exposure to working with foreign mortar systems a lot, where maybe if you showed up in the country and you're like a smaller element and didn't have an 81 or a 120 with you because you're a 60 team, you're able to have the knowledge to plug in with like an 82 millimeter system or some type of Eastern Bloc variant of a 120 millimeter or whatever they have.
With the way the systems are becoming, where you said they're becoming, even though you prefer the old system, but if they're becoming more and more accurate, one of the sniper missions is anti-materiel, right? That they sneak in and with their 50 cals they destroy critical material. Do you ever see that being like? Do you ever see mortar having sort of that that surreptitious recon mission that's anti-material because the systems become that accurate?
Yeah, so there are some missions that we've trained for in the mortars that would allow for a corridor to take out ADA. So we could either take out or displace ADA. So maybe the ADA is heavily armored and maybe a mortar system wouldn't necessarily damage it, but it could cause injury to the crew. And
I don't know if it ever came online, but they were developing at one point. It was like a rocket-assisted mortar that you could fire. It would travel 12 kilometers. And come down.
there's a lot of countries that actually employ. I know Yugoslavians have something like that as well. It increases the range of the mortar system out to I think like 9,800 meters, specifically for the 120, which is crazy and I think they call it a RAM, so rocket assisted mortar.
Right.
And the funny thing about that, those are things with rocket boosters. I've like whether they're RPG-7s, Spig 9s, or those type of things with RAM, they're very dirty. Like so, they really cause like they cake those systems in like black soot. I've noticed about rocket boosters. I've also noticed that a lot of the manufacturing regarding those type of ammunition, so what it is like the way that a mortar works, for example, is at the bottom of the mortar in the fin assembly, where you see the fins are canted in most mortars that are a non-rifle, smoothbore mortar, has the projectiles have a fin assembly. Those fins are canted to mimic rifling, to stabilize the round as it travels through the air. Inside that fin assembly is a primer. That primer, when struck, gravity brings it down the mortar tube. The firing pin at the bottom of the mortar tube strikes. That primer sets off a small explosive. That small explosive can set off these charges that are wrapped around the bottom. And those charges can be anything from some type of magnesium composite, other chemical composite, nitroglycerin, TNT. Just depends on what type of ammunition that you have and what type of propellant. So small charge primer, small charge propellant. Now, in just the grand scheme of things, like just general physics, as pressure increases, volume decreases. Okay, so on most U.S. mortar rounds and mortars in the freaking world, anyone that are worth a shit are going to have what's called the arbitrator ring, and we call that the gas ring. So what that does is when the mortar goes down and that small explosion goes off, that gas ring, arbitrator ring, expands and creates a seal. That makes the volume decrease, so then the pressure increases and you start to lose volume. And then as that pressure builds up enough, that sends the projectile pretty far. Now, what I noticed with like rocket-assisted munitions, and I'm not well versed with the rocket-assisted munition, it's like that whole chain of events becomes more unreliable because you're adding another chain to it, and it makes it less accurate. You know what I mean? Especially when you're 1 mil, I'm sure is like you guys been behind long guns, and you know like 1 mil at 1,000 meters, that's like 1 meter. You know what I mean? And then you talk about $9,000 with a 30-pound freaking bowling ball. You know, that's going over 13,000 feet into the sky.
Right.
And so it's going to go 13,000 feet up into the clouds, travel freaking $9,000 down. You know what I mean? So, you know, there are some very good engineers out there, and I would never say, hey, stop what you're doing and don't go that route. I think it's a very valuable asset to have. So, yeah, more power to them, but I just know that it's difficult thing to design.
Is there talk or imagination of like smart mortar rounds?
There kind of is already. There's like so some of the mortar, there's already like these systems that are the cannon itself has some type of GPS guidance that assists the gunner. Some of these systems are automatic where the gunner doesn't have to do anything. You just type it in the computer and the gun aims at where it's supposed to aim, and it's pretty much dummy proof for the most part. And then you have ammunition that also can be guided. But the ammunition, what I remember is, it's it's like you do all the work, and then the ammunition's like, hey, we did the work. Because it's like, as long as you're within, 10 mils, you'll hit it. It'll work as long as you're within 10 mils. It's like,
as long as you get that round within 10 meters of the target, you're going to kill it.
Yeah, you're going to kill it with this round.
Yeah,
that's kind of like the way it was pitched.
Any other questions for us?
We have one last one. Baker Hitch, thank you very much. Do you think you have any inherent advantages over your near-peer enemies like VDV or PLA Marine mortar units? I am 100% not a North Korean spy.
Do I have any advantages over them? Well, I'm not in the military, so I think that's an advantage. I'm not fighting in any of those militaries. It looks like it sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't look like a good time.
So, Les, you had this experience trying to flip this platoon around in the conventional military. What was it like getting out of the military? Tell us a little bit about transitioning into the civilian world, which, I mean, it's only pretty recent for you.
Yeah. So I just, kind of made a decision while I was like, hey, you know what? I'm trying to flip this platoon around, and I was like, you know what? I might be getting kicked out of the Army because I'm getting QMP'd. I'm getting kicked out of here. So I decided, hey, I need to focus on myself and my recovery. And so I went through the proper channels to get myself into the SRU, which is formerly known as the WTU. So it used to be the Warrior Transition Unit, and then they changed it to the Soldier Recovery Unit. And I would advocate for more Rangers and Special Operators to use that avenue to exit the military, because you shouldn't, 18 months to get out of the military and start your transition plan is generally for guys who, it's just for the whole military. And it's like, if you're a guy who did 10 years in special operations, there's probably a lot of stuff that's not going to come to light until a year after you're done.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, that hurts. So when I went to the SRU, the cool thing was, as stupid as it sounds, maybe I was explaining this to other people, I'm an E7 Ranger guy, decked out in the pins and patches or whatever. I never felt that way. I didn't get too egotistical, but that's literally how people see you. You're like a unicorn out there, especially when you're in this type of unit.
Right.
A lot of the people in those units are like, I'm fresh out of AIT, and I went right into the SRU, and I was like, what? And so anyway, I was there, and it was kind of cool. They kind of force you to hey man, you just got to go to 3 events in the week, and it's not that hard. Some of the people complain, but it's just go play wheelchair basketball, go shoot the air rifle, do an air rifle shoot, go, all these go do a gardening class. These are all things. There's you know what I used to do with this e-tool when I was at gardening? You're supposed to have this PTSD freak out, y'all don't know, hey, I could dig a hole, while I was making jokes while I was in there trying to because there's some depressed kids in there, COVID was happening, and, they signed up for the military. And
helicopters over Saigon shit.
Yeah. And so, I worked there, and it was kind of cool. They kind of set me with the VA, and they put me on the right appointments. They sent me behavioral health. They sent me caseworker. And then from there, I was kind of what else can I do as I'm getting out? And they put me on this thing where I could ride horses. And then I started working at this ranch while I was working in the DOD. I was getting paid, but I was also out there riding horses and learning how to take care of horses, and just kind of using that therapy with the horses, because I was an angry soul, man.
Yeah.
And I was just whatever, man, let me just and it was cool that I was disgruntled and I was angry at the military. I was I'm gonna take you off for whatever you got. And it actually advocated for me. I was dude, I do have these injuries. And, I had a torn shoulder that I had not gotten surgery or looked at. And they were yeah, that thing is completely torn. How's it hanging on your arm? And they did a surgery on my shoulder. Did a couple more surgeries on my knees, surgery on my face. They corrected my broken face, because actually I was dude, I keep throwing up randomly. And they're yeah, because your orbital socket's broken. And
holy
you're
shit.
Cross-eyed, and you can't see past over here. And then they fixed everything, and then now I could see good, and I stopped throwing up, and I stopped having vertigo, and I started sleeping better. And there were things I didn't really notice, and part of that is because I didn't really have family. I didn't really have that support unit because I went solo to Kansas, and that was COVID, and it was just it was like Leon the Professional. You're just sleeping alone in your
Yeah.
thing. Like, all I do is go to army, finish army, go back to sleeping chair, you know?
A
And-
brooding man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like what it was. It was very, very depressing looking from the outside, I'm sure. And there was a lot of guys that tried to tell me stuff like, reach out. I'm like, I did, asshole. And you know what they told me? And that was like a big joke, too. The whole reach out crap that people would say. And I know that their heart was in the right place, but like when you have 100 people a day telling you that shit, when you're like, your life is in flames, and you're like, dude, you think I'm not reaching out? You think I'm not trying?
Yeah.
You know, I've been ostracized. I've been banished to the
Yeah.
wastelands.
Yeah.
Of like,
There's
you know,
so many of those. I mean, the
Yeah.
commander's open door policy is like open door and I'll see you in 90 days, maybe.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
a lot of it causes, I know, a lot of anger with the enlisted
Yeah.
ranks. A lot of these like colonels and generals who get out and they turn themselves into the poster boys for PTSD.
Yeah.
And they go on the news and they're like, we need to get our boys help and everything. It's
Yeah.
like, well, hold on, you were my commander. You didn't give a fuck about any of these guys.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody came to you said they needed help, you'd fuck them.
Yeah.
I just want to put out there because they're probably not watching this show. But if the officer that told you that they didn't care about the
Yeah.
court for their HR decision, I really hope you have bad dreams. I really hope you don't sleep well at night. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's just a really shitty
Dirty.
thing to do.
So the thing was, is a lot of people, I've done something like an impossible task. I did an impossible task in the military. And it's because I was angry and I advocated. I used that inner anger in a positive light. And I never turned to substance abuse or anything. I never did anything that would make them seem right, and anything I said unfounded.
Right.
And I felt like that's what they were trying to do, even though they might have just
They're
forgot
trying to
about
fuck
me.
you,
Right.
yeah.
And the way I went about it was, you know, I did the impossible, which was I reversed a permanent Gomar.
Wow.
And
Really?
they reinstated my rank to E7, and the chief of staff wrote to that general and said, all of your allegations against Sergeant First Class Sandusky were untrue and unjust. And and all of like punishable action is hereby reversed effective immediately with back pay.
Wow.
Yeah, so they had to like back pay me all the way to 2019.
What was that repudiation process
And
like? That
did you have to fight it, or did you
I had
have
to
an
fight
advocate?
it. I had to fight it, and I had to advocate because I was too depressed. Like, if I was like, it was like if he was like, "Hey Les, can you type up something?" I was like, "Can I just give you the notes because I keep trying to type this, and every other word is motherfucker, and I can't like
Yeah.
type
Yeah.
this without being calm."
Yeah.
Because at that time, like, dude, they made me a killer. They made me a war. I mean, I killed somebody before the army, whatever. But like, I was
Right.
like, you know, that was the tool that I was.
Right.
Like, I was the conduit for foreign policy when diplomacy failed. You know, they said, "Hey, this is our solution to that problem."
Right.
And this means, you know, we need an armed force to maybe change the hearts and minds of those individuals that are not in compliance with U.S. foreign
Right.
policy. And I'm sitting there like, if you're a direct representative of the President of the United States as a general in this sitting army and you can't see what I am
Right.
and what I've done for this country and to not even take a look
Right.
at my paperwork, like it's a complete slap in the face.
Yeah.
So I fought it, and it did cost me $25,000
Wow.
of paying my lawyer over and over again to draft every paper, and for the Human Resources Command to kick me back and say, "No, we're still going to kick you out. No, we're still going to kick you out." Now, it's not like they were kicking me out. It was like, it's worse than getting kicked out almost at the time. Because
They're putting you into the corner
Yeah.
where you have to quit.
they're saying,
Yeah.
"You're fired, but a year from now, you still have to do all this stuff." And
Right.
then the thing that sucks is you have like the Mark of Cain, you know, where everyone in your unit is like, "Make him do the staff duty. Make him do." And if he pipes up, we can just write it to the little board.
Right.
And tell them he's not being a good boy. And now everybody's just dangling out there. It's like, "Oh, you're not so hot now, Ranger." You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
right.
So that's like stuff I'm like shielding my men from in my new platoon, you know? And then I was like, dude, I can't fight this battle.
Right.
I'm going to probably end up offing myself. So I'm going to go to the SRU, not for my peace of mind and because I see that's where it's going to go.
Right.
And that's the only way I'm going to seek help. And I've had, and it really was a Ranger buddy that called one time. I was like, dude, I was like crying on the phone to another grown ass man who used to like, smoke the dog shit out of me, and he ended up in the sniper platoon too. But he's telling me like, dude, it's all right. Like I can call somebody and make sure you can get into that SRU, because my unit wasn't going to try and let me go. And I got into it, and I have him to thank for that. And it was you were with these guys. I was like, maybe this is my purpose too. It's like be a leader among these people who are, there's some people in the SRU that are like gaming the system. And maybe I can be something like, hey, you don't have to game the system. You can do the right thing. And yeah, so I finished up there, and man, it was like I had one of the happiest days of my life when I saw that. He's like, hey, dude, they reversed it. My lawyer said that over the phone, and he sent me like the letter from that chief of staff that said like, just seeing untrue and unjust from such like a renowned, like I wrote to the office of the president, which office of the president was Donald Trump at the same time. Luckily, my military lawyer was a guy who is related to the religious advisor to Donald Trump. And he was like, we can go nuclear on this if you want. And I was like, no, I don't want to. I want to just, I want to get my reputation back. They're destroying everything I work for.
Right.
I'm not going to get kicked out of here without my benefits, without ABC, XYZ. And that was like my biggest fear, is like going out with this, And then what ended up happening through all that, it's like they medically retired me because they actually went through all my injuries, and it was enough to warrant a retirement.
Yeah.
And it was just nice to be like, all right, man, I restored my honor.
Yeah.
I don't care about the money. And a lot of people are like, you won, man, you won. And at first I was bitter. I was like, you think I won? I just gave me back what I deserved. You know what I mean?
Right.
But then I'm like, what, they're right. I did win. In the grand scheme of things, I won.
So, what year did you end up getting out of the military, getting med-boarded out?
Earlier this year.
January. Wow.
January 13th, 2022.
What has post-service life been like for you so far?
I immediately walked out of that onto a contract, and I went right back to Syria. So as soon as I got out, I went back to Syria, and I was in Syria and Iraq, and in Iraq we had the Fateh 1 missiles from Iran come in while we were there, and then I was in Syria, and we had a couple green on green events, a couple blue on blue events, insider threat events that weren't widely published, and then a couple of events with kind of insurgent ISIS elements that were there, and that wasn't even my job. Like I had nothing to do with shooting bad guys or opposing force.
You're what should I say? Force pro guy.
Yeah, in a sense.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and I would be like, we got like, and it was really cool experience because I, even as like a civilian, I got to walk around the streets of Iraq with no gun, and like go to a coffee shop or something, and like nobody's like, and it's like, whoa, like this used to be like a place where like, we would be like, hey, what's on that corner? And I'm in the middle of the night walking around like whatever, and getting some buffalo wings and stuff at a place, and doing all sorts of stuff, and doing touristy stuff, going seeing the Citadel there, going over there to going around in Syria and hang out in different places, and I was riding around on French birds, and I was riding around on British birds, and I was like, these guys are so cool. Like the guy's like, you want to manifest? I'm like, no. I was like, all right, what's your name? Just like scribble me in real quick. I was like, what? Like,
And here's your pint.
Yeah, right.
What I mean, so do you like it? I mean, do you see yourself staying in contracting? What do you see as like your future now that you know?
Yeah, I do enjoy contracting. I think like contracting is another bit of like a vision quest thing. It's like me. I'm doing the Forrest Gump. Like I think I'll go home now, but like what I'm doing is like I was kind of like, yeah, I'll take that contract because I want to go back like I wanted to go back to Syria and Iraq and stuff to just be like, you guys couldn't stop me from going to the front. And I saw guys from my battalion there, 175, in Syria and Iraq. And I was like, you know, I'm here. Like, I'm back, you know, like messing with them. But I was like, yeah, you know, I can get out here if I want. And then from there, it was like, all right, maybe I need to try something else. Because, like, I've been doing this rodeo, these same areas. And so I'm like, man, let's go cool places. Let's go places that have history. So, like, another place I went was Rwanda. Went to Rwanda because I was like, man, that's the Rwanda genocide. That happened when I was alive. 500 to 600,000 people murdered in a 3-month period. Let's go check that out. Let's see how they're doing. So I went over there and I worked with the RDF for about 6 weeks and learned a little bit of their language, ate the same food as they did. I would like hang out with the troops all day and just get really embedded with these guys. And then these guys who were there during the genocide would tell me stories. And these are guys who are on both sides, fighting in the same army. Both sides of the genocide. And there were guys who were like, yeah, I came down across the border from Uganda, and I didn't even live here, and I did it. And I was like, man, and you hear some real stuff. Like a guy was like, I was hiding in the water over there, and there used to be a bunch of hippopotamus in there. And and you know, hippos are very dangerous. They kill a lot of people. He was like, I was hiding in the water close to the hippos, while the genociders like hacked his family to pieces.
Wow. And
he watched from the water and it would be like this, like barely out of the water. Like, I'm with the hippos. I'd rather have the hippos kill me than those guys. And these are guys that would tell me, and these guys are like, I'm like, man, I thought what I went through was like hard in my life. And I would see some of these guys, I'm like, dude, you were like 8 years old hiding near the hippos. You know what I mean? And all these people are getting murdered. And it's you have to hate a person to kill 500,000 people because they didn't just hey, face the wall and shoot them. They got hacked up with machetes. That is hard labor. Like, you're out there, you're going to get tired swinging a machete that much all day, especially in a manner that's going to kill that many people. And so that was another, like, decent thing to, like, wow, and then look at this guy. He still gives. All the money he makes, which isn't much, he gives to an orphanage. He started an orphanage. And, you know, he's like this religious guy. He's like, you know, he's taking what he knows that helped him through a tough time, which to him was religion. And he's like at this orphanage, like taking care of kids, and whatever money that he would make, he would give it towards these kids. And I'm like, dang, man, you have like nothing. And you're giving everything. And I was like, look at all these selfless people like all over the world. And it's really like, so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, man, I can, like, what's, okay, apart from the money, because contracts, they can pay decent price, you know. What else is happening there that I can, like, you know, look at and be like, hey, that's pretty cool. I went there, and not only did I do my job, but I got this extra. Like, I went on a safari. I went into it. They had this, like, big ceremony where, like, it's like a gorilla naming ceremony, which is a national event. And, you know, I went and checked that out, and you get to see, like, the gorillas in the wild and how they react. And you're like, well, this thing's scary. It could kill me. And it's, like, right here. But yeah, so yeah, contracting is pretty interesting. Own my own house now too. Like,
homeowner,
becoming a big boy, you know. Yeah. And so, like, working on my backyard. That's a lot of, like, put down the weapon, pick up the plow type stuff going, and you know, doing a lot of free diving. I find free diving very therapeutic, because that's something I learned in dive school. Is like a lot of breath holds and going down, and it really is like a good anger management, stress relief thing. Because if you panic, if you do all these things, like, you're gonna hurt yourself. So you have to be really in control of your emotions while you're doing those breath holds.
Real quick, let me pick up on that thread. Like, 11 Charlies don't usually go to dive school.
Yeah. And that was the funny thing, because, like, at the time, the Mortar Platoon was in HHC, so all these guys were like, what company? You said you were an RRC, right? I'm like, no, I'm a Mortar guy. You know, and they were like, what the fuck is this guy doing here? You know, and I was a wild guy. I remember we were doing jock up. I was, like, the craziest motivated guy. The sergeant major of Safuo was a 275 guy. And he was like, y'all need to fucking get on the motivation this guy's on, because everybody was SEER schooling it.
Yeah. Passive resistance.
Yeah.
And I was just like, 0, you know, like I was doing like Ranger, and I was like so incompetent. A lot of those guys had the edge on me. They had better, I think like my pre-dive that I went through was at 4th RTB, so the physical aspect was very good, but was not very good was the academic prep. So a lot of these guys had good academic prep prior to going there, and I think like the academics, I was like blade running through that whole course, and then I was just like, hey, Ranger here, what was that big word you said? And then like, you know, they would have Ranger cadre in the school that would like laugh along and be like, yeah, okay. Like we're playing the joke, like we're the dumb guys,
Right.
and the SF guys are the smart guys,
Right.
kind of thing, you know,
Right.
like we're, you know, it was like a playful thing, but I looked at it as an anger management course. And when I finished up there and moved on, it's like, I never touched any scuba tanks ever again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, but I stuck with free diving. I was like, that's what I actually liked. I was getting tortured and like drown proofed, and then I'd be like, when are we going to put on tanks? And I was like, dude, like, the real fun is the torture.
Yeah.
Like, I like to swim down into a cave and like pull my, like the stuff that I do. I mean, people, if they go to my Instagram, I have some videos of me with like a helmet on with some lights on it, and I'm like crawling through little caves inside some Florida springs and stuff, going through tight spaces, holding my breath. But for me, it's like just mastering myself while I'm down there and like flowing. It's like, hey, don't burn too much oxygen. Stay calm. It's so cool. And like none of my joints hurt while I'm down here. And I can do this for hours. I'm going up and down. And I just feel like you're almost floating. The water's so clear. You have over 300 feet of visibility. It's just like, wow, it's so beautiful. It's so calm. It's so relaxing down here. But also it can kill me. I could die.
Yeah.
But you try to let those intrusive thoughts go and see yourself through the objective, because anything, you know, that you produce from within that doesn't come from within, like there's an outside thing. And if I'm in man versus nature right now. Now, if I have man versus nature over here, and I also make man versus man over here, that's 2 fights. I now split myself in half.
Right.
So I don't really have my full self, even a 1-to-1 odd, and I'm going to lose both.
Right.
So I need to know, hey man, and this is like one way I talk to myself, I'm on my side. I'm on my own side right now. So I just need to agree with myself that I'm going to go and I'm going to complete this and I'm going to get through this obstacle, and I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm going to come out to the other side, and then, oh man, it feels good to be like, I've controlled my emotions.
Right.
Because,
and if you start panicking, not only are you burning oxygen faster, but you might make a move or you might do something that screws you.
Yeah. Yeah. Or somebody else, like if you're with your buddy, because now your buddy has to come and get you.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Now he has to negotiate a problem.
Les, thank you so much for coming on the show and doing this, man. We've gone for 4 hours.
All right.
Taking up your time here, man. But it's been awesome.
Yeah.
It's been a marathon run, but I mean, this was all, like a ton of information and a ton of your experiences and a lot of unique experiences too.
Yeah.
Really appreciate you sharing all these insights with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Deeply appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's like it's good to be with my kind, you know, from a different generation, and be able to speak with you and maybe connect with some people out there that might have gone through some of the same things.
Absolutely, yeah.
And maybe it resonates with them. Maybe something I say can resonate with them. So I really appreciate it. I really appreciate everyone tuning in, supporting the podcast. And, you know, I hope it all works out for you guys.
It was great, man. I mean, thank you. You came out here. We came to the Christmas party the other day, and you had me laughing my ass off telling some of these barracks stories about the Joes.
Yeah.
But I mean, all your combat experience and interactions and going through this terrible experience on your way out of the army.
And honestly, even though, you know, you feel that you may have acted out in ways, like you handled it
better than I would.
Better than I ever would have, and not just from a professional viewpoint, but it's very easy to burn in. You know, and that's not just like when with an RFS, I mean that's just when you leave the life in general, right?
Yeah.
It's very easy to burn in,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of us burn in to a degree.
Yeah.
And something helps us somewhere along the way, but for you to have such a really a situation with these people that almost like take away everything that you've accomplished and still be able to go on to a unit and still take care of the troops underneath you and still Roger up, still Ranger up. That's a hell of a lot more of being a Ranger. The idea of taking that out to, the idea of a Ranger is learning it and then taking it out to the conventional army. That's being a hell of a lot more of a Ranger than some asshole sitting behind a desk, looking at all of your combat experience, everything you contributed, and then not even giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
That dude should have his tab, his scroll. He should have it all taken away.
Well, when you see a lot of these disciplinary issues, a lot of the post-service issues that guys have, psychological issues, I think a lot of the things that you've talked about today, Celeste, they speak to that.
Yeah.
Why do we release guys on a 3-day weekend and we have like 10 DUIs in the unit? Why could that be? Does it have something to do with how we treat these soldiers?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
Is that within the realm of possibility?
Well, and the simple fact is like I don't agree with the RFS, with a lot of this stuff, but for you to get RFS and not even having been drinking, for them not to even wait for a court, like that's the kind of bullshit in regiment that tears me up because I've seen it happen to other guys.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
I've seen other guys who are out. Yeah, they're having a beer, but they're minding their own fucking business.
Yeah.
And
you're supposed to drive your car into the Chattahoochee to get before that happens.
The way I looked at it was it happened the way it did because it's the only way it could have happened. The only way I would have left that organization is kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And at first I regretted what I gave. And then I was like, I'm proud of what I gave.
Right.
And it didn't really turn out too bad because that's probably the only way I would have left. Like, I've been like sitting there until like I'm a sergeant major, maybe, and then like, which is difficult to pull off. And then I'm gonna look at a computer and like, these guys are red, make them green. They're red on the tracker.
Right.
And it's like,
You wouldn't have enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Well, Les, thank you so much for sharing your experiences and your story with us. I hope to see you again, man. I hope next time you come through the city, I hope we'll see you next December.
Yeah.
And hear about some more shenanigans.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, we deeply appreciate it. We appreciate you, man. And
I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the community and everybody who's tuning in. And,
right on, man.
Yeah. Shout out Task Force Vermin.
And we will see all you guys on Friday with Jeff Stein, editor of Spy Talk, and he was a Army case officer in the Vietnam War. So we'll see you guys then. Until then, take care, everyone.